band. Hello, good morning. 24th of June, the summer of purpose. 24-hour, full power, no sleep, and one shower. And that's every day here in Munich. Today we are much in the way how we change the system, what's our new systems out. Today we will talk a lot about what's going on and how we could maybe be united. So, welcome all to the studio guests here at the Summer of Purpose. And it's my great honor now to directly start today with a very special friend of us. We meet each other in 2015, 2016. We started a great conscience movement in many different ways. He was at this time board member of BMW. He taught me a lot about the personal purpose. So welcome here on stage with a big pleasure for me and for us, Peter Schwarzenbauer. Wie du magst, Deutsch oder Englisch.
Schönen guten Morgen.
Yeah, I'd like to say hello and welcome to, I think last time when we came together we thought, well, maybe we could speak in German or in English. Whatever, we have translation running. Okay, then have a good morning. I have to say, first of all, Hans called me a couple of weeks ago and asked me, well, maybe you could tell us something about purpose. And I said, okay, maybe I can. And then I only read much later, actually yesterday, that it said my purpose. So I was actually asked to talk about my own purpose. And I thought, oh, wow, this is going to be pretty personal then. But because I said I would come, well, there's no way of circumventing it. And let me start like this. I think I believe, and I cannot actually provide a blueprint for anyone about the purpose of an individual life. What I can do is I can talk about my own experience, and maybe there is one or the other aspect that actually is in conformity with your own ways and that could help you. For instance, I'm deeply convinced that, at least for me, there is no such thing as this one purpose in life. There is not just one meaning, one sense, one purpose. But as a human being, you go through different phases. And then bit by bit, the purpose reveals itself. Because when we talk about purpose, for me, as I interpret it, the purpose is something like a star in the sky that gives you orientation and guidance. And whenever you come across important questions or crossroads, you can use the star to take an appropriate decision. Shall I take the right or the left track? There's not the one and only perfect way, but you need the star to guide you. And it's important to have this for navigation. If you don't have such a star, you're just running around in the mist and the fog, and you don't really know where you're heading to. In my life, I experienced 3 different phases of, let's say, internal discussions about the meaning of life. The first phase started, I think, after I graduated, in my late 20s, when I thought, okay, what kind of career do I want to pursue? And then I thought the meaning and purpose would be, and I don't know whether it's right or wrong, that's a different kind of kettle of fish, but back then I thought I wanted to be economically independent of everyone and everything. Means I saw a lot of things. I saw many people who had to do things in their jobs because there was this strong dependency on the employers, and I didn't want to be dependent. So everything, like when I turned 26 to the age of, 35, I actually devoted all my efforts to this very topic. Whenever there were difficult questions to be decided, crossroads, I took a decision that took me towards economic independence. So that was the first phase of my life that was pretty much dominated by this focus. I mean, in hindsight, maybe I would decide a little bit differently, but anyway, this was the time. Then I was in my mid-30s. Actually, to be more precise, I was 37 years of age, and then my son was born. And at the same time, I had to take on responsibility for many of my stuff, which was part and parcel of my career. And this, of course, is also a bit of a burden to you if you take this responsibility seriously. So I started thinking and reflecting about things. What does it mean to me? I have 100 more people reporting to me, and I'm responsible for them. And they work for me, with me, for the same company. And so I had a two-pronged approach. I mean, as I said, my son was born. My first kid, I wanted to become the perfect father. And I think each and every one of us would love to be the perfect father or mother. Whether you can actually live up to your dreams is a different kettle of fish. But on the other hand, I wanted to have a human-centered corporate governance, because I saw too many people who just ruled their stuff by just giving orders. We tell you what to do. And I always was finding fault with that. From my perspective, this was not the right approach. You couldn't handle people like this. So when I was 37 years old, until the age of 50 maybe, whatever I did in my professional life, I made this the dominant and most important focus of my activities. I always tried to get people on board so that they were convinced that it was correct what they were doing, rather than just telling them what they had to do. Of course, now we could talk about whether I was a good father or not, but this is another discussion. But I mean, as I said, I was a bit torn between the two topics, because it required a lot of efforts to engage in good corporate governance, and on the other hand, having to take care of your little baby child. And then you wonder, okay, what kind of responsibility is that? How do I cope with this one? And certainly, this created a sort of inner unrest. It was, for me, the most difficult time in my life, because I had to try to really make sure that I could reconcile all of that. But then I thought, okay, maybe this was the purpose of this phase of my life. And then when I turned 50, the next phase set in. And I mean, I discussed it at large with Hans, where conscience got into the foreground of my thinking, because whenever I thought about major decisions, and back then I was a member of the board of Audi, I always wondered whether this was in conformity with my conscience. And back then I started a little exercise, and this is an exercise that I have been practicing ever since. And I think this really was intended to help me sort out things and topics and issues, and there's a lot of challenges waiting for us out there. And this exercise is pretty simple. Each and every one of us can do it. Just imagine and reflect on a situation where you're not yet here on Earth. You haven't been born yet. You think ahead, and you know that you don't know where you will be born geographically. You don't know where you will be born. You don't know when you will be born. Is it within 1, 10, 50 years? And you have no idea which social environment and neighborhood you're born into. Now, imagine these three aspects, and then you should start and wonder, how should the world be like in which I will be born? Because you don't know where we're heading to, when we are quite honest with ourselves. When we are born here, now, in the West, okay, you could be lucky. We could have been born on another territory, in another region. And if you keep that in mind over and over again, then you automatically meet those topics that are indeed essential in our lives. And these topics, well, I've been actually I've been looking into these topics in depth, and I have always wondered how I could give answers to these three questions. It's just not like just participating in a workshop. No, it's a continuous process of wondering. And when you do that, when you dare do it, then you will find that it's not at all easy to arrive at the appropriate world, the right world, the perfect world that you envisage. Now, the last thing that comes to my mind when I look at the world is, in addition to the topic of conscience, is that especially after the pandemic, there is another upcoming topic that should be in the focus, and this is courage. Courage. We are all, this is what I think at least, we're not courageous enough. We are much too anxious and fearful. We always try and think ahead and think what could happen to us. And if we want to face these big challenges that are ahead of us, we will need a lot of courage from each and every one of us. And then it's not so easy to shift the responsibility. Of course, it would be easy to say the others should do this and that. I'm okay the way I am. But I think this is a thing of the past. Now, let me conclude by telling you a little story. And as every story, this story starts with once upon a time. Once upon a time, there was a Tibetan monk. And he had two extraordinary traits about him. One was he was very skillful in looking into the future. He had a kind of inception, he knew ahead, anticipating what was going on. And then again, he had a second gift. He was the best bowman in the world. So there was a major event there in Tibet, like the Summer of Purpose in Tibet, and everybody was invited there. Maybe we will get together there as well. So hundreds of people are there and waiting for the speech of this monk. And they say, first of all, you have to prove that you really are a good bowman. So they set up the whole thing. There is a major target, and he takes aim and throws the bow, and he misses the aim. And everybody is scared. Well, this is the best bowman in the world. He's not hitting the target. Well, how's that? So then a lady in the first row said, oh, dear monk, I mean, you haven't even hit the target. I mean, what's happening? So he says, that's important to understand. It's the most important thing to hit those targets that others have not even seen yet. And for this, you need a lot of courage.
Thank you, Peter. Wonderful.
On stage and to talk about purpose. And I would like to introduce now Walter and Marcello on stage, and we directly will introduce you.
Thank you, Hans.
Yes.
Thank
Hello.
you. Good. Hello.
And hello. Good morning.
Hello, Walter. Hi. Good morning.
And let me explain this. We had a day where we start only with women. And when we code the program together with Harald, we always say to have a much balance between young and elderly people, between women and men. And today morning, we are having around with us on 50 plus. And when we say this, we say we should be not shame wherever we are, wherever we're from. And we took by conscience this decision. So mostly welcome, Walter, and mostly welcome, Marcello. And we have a special friend. We both meet each other because I'm dedicated my work, my creativity to the work of Professor Yunus, to social business. And in this way, the last 12 years, my journey was very much dedication to the great inspiration of Professor Yunus. And he worked a lot with a friend who is also a friend of Professor Yunus, is with Emmanuel Faber. So, and I know he's a very time schedule, and he is with us now, and he want to join us. Before we introduce Emmanuel, Marcello, give us in a minute, what are you doing?
So I'm Marcello. I'm an entrepreneur from early age in environmental diagnostics, and I started this journey with friends like Walter in really actually 30 years ago. What is really the purpose of business, the purpose of entrepreneurship? And that question, it's actually beautiful that you have some more purpose. And I was thinking, sitting here, about Goethe and great minds in Germany and musicians. So we have kind of dumbed down business and entrepreneurship. We made it very reductionistic, whilst actually the question of purpose is so important. So I've been actually working on the question of purpose. And as you know, and this is how I met Emmanuel Faber, in the last 6 years, I created this movement called the B Corps. This is benefit corporations, the 16,000 in the world, and I want to say more later. But that is a very concrete way, because in a way, the space between the wider philosophy or questions of Goethe, you would need to translate them down to every day. Well, how do we actually act together to make a difference in the world? And that is the trajectory that I've been working on. How do we, so it's action oriented.
Yeah, and B Corporation, we will talk a lot about now the B Corporation, what's the purpose of the B Corporation, and this is where you meet Emmanuel Faber, and you talked a lot, and I don't know if M can already hear us. M, can you hear us?
I can. I'm here.
Super.
I'm here with you, my friends.
Fantastic, Emmanuel. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Super nice you come back and talk with us about the purpose and the purpose of the B Corporation.
So it's fantastic.
No, I cannot hear you anymore.
Oh.
I got muted by the system.
You get muted by the system?
We can hear you, so...
Yeah, let's see a little bit, let's talk a little bit.
I can't hear you anymore.
Okay.
Now I can, it works. It works now.
Okay, it works. Super cool.
Sorry. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Emmanuel, you hear me too?
Yeah, hello, Marcello.
Okay, fantastic. Good morning, Emmanuel. So I've put together a couple of questions for our conversations. The first question is a bit like in the world of B Corps, we started with Patagonia, we started with Ben & Jerry, with a lot of disruptive young companies. So how do you actually take this journey from the younger, more dynamic companies to bigger companies, like, for example, Danone, where you were at?
Well, I think we meet people like you. You know, I was really inspired by the B Corp journey and the movement that started to develop also in Europe, thanks to you, Marcello, several years ago. And we dared to think that it's not because you are a big business that you cannot have a purpose and that you cannot be a force for good, as you're trying to do in the B Corp movement. So we dared thinking that being a 100-year-old company, we were still a living company where we had people that were living people, and that with the support of our employees, we could join this movement. And we started this unparalleled partnership in 2015, where we decided to go copyleft and open book on trying to certify a few of our subsidiaries and share openly with the public whether we would achieve your assessment of becoming B Corps or not, so that everybody could learn in the business community. So it was really a way of exploring and showing that probably a path was possible, and also socializing the name of B Corp in the bigger companies network that we were having. So it's how it started, and slowly, but I think surely, and now you continue to inspire many of my colleagues, CEOs of large companies. So it's how it started, really.
Well, thank you very much. Wonderful, and of course, well, thank you for your leadership there. A second thought question is, Walter and I think Hans and many of us have been involved with the UN, with the big question of global governance, and generally the world of entrepreneurs like B Corps or the social businesses like the Yunus businesses, they're not really involved in these discussions, the G7, the G20, the UN. How do we bridge this gap? How do we bring this new energy, new sort of purpose into this discussion? And this is partly what we are doing here, what we call it United for Regeneration. So what's your advice on this, your ideas?
Well, first of all, I think we have to recognize that the world is changing with or without the UN, with or without the G20 and G7 and all these summits. The world is changing because of people like you guys, Walter, Hans, yourself, Professor Yunus, that have been actively involved in the deep grounded reality. It's everyday life. You change the world, one step at a time, one cup of yogurt at a time, as Professor Yunus said when we entered into our partnership together in Bangladesh. This is how the reality is changed. So first of all, let's put this in perspective. The UN and Davos and whatever, all of this is important or might be important, but what is essential is what each of us individually with our hands we are doing every day with the people around us. That's how we change the world. And that's how business changes the world every day. And that's how the B Corp movement changes the world every day. So now, if you really want to be part of these big events and big things, this is where I think large businesses can help and support. Because the fact that we've been working on purpose at Danone and that I've been trying to steer that has actually allowed business to be part of these discussions. We created a coalition for the G7 under the French presidency in Biarritz about social inequalities and inclusive growth that gathered 50 multinational companies, including very, very large, really non-B Corp kind of companies. But I was representing my colleagues and leading this, and for the first time we were sitting around the table of the heads of states with the head of OECD that was steering this with me, etc. The same on biodiversity. I delivered a speech on the UN GA in New York in 2019 on behalf of 25 super large companies that are using the soil resources, and that we decided that together we would try to change things when it comes to biodiversity and regenerative agriculture. The reason we were there was because we had made commitments that our businesses had purpose. Without that commitment, whether it's a commitment that is a company-wide or a project-wide, but without that, we would not be part of these discussions. And I think, and I hope that what I have done with Danone, what we had done at Danone with the B Corp movement, because it's been thousands of people involved in Danone to build the B Corp movement from inside at Danone, to provide this journey, I think it also helped, and I will continue to help, that the B Corp movement is clearly represented. I'll just give you something that I think you know, Marcello, that the G7 of the UK has decided that they would create an impact task force that will start in a matter of weeks, really, with deliverables by the end of this year. And the B Corp movement, I'm going to be part of it, but the B Corp movement is going to be part of that task force. So, gradually we are shaping things where you guys, with your way of looking at the world and representing all these incredible entrepreneurs as well, small and big, you are going to be part of the conversation, and I think the more so. But the reality is that business will be part of the G7, the UN, etc., as long as business aligns its views and practices and its ambition against purpose. Without that, the agenda are not matching. The day you say, I have a mission, I have a purpose, and I can actually translate it into SDG goals contributions, and I will measure my impact, and maybe the SDG action manager that B Corp has this, designed with the UNGC can be a tool to do this. The day you do this, then you align the interests of business and the language of business with the ones of the G7, the UN, etc. So what you guys are doing at B Corp is essential in this space.
Well, Emmanuel, thank you. And I think we have more to do also with, Hans was telling me this morning that you have in the Yunus environment, the Yunus ecosystem, you now have 100,000 new businesses, but they're not just very small, they're also medium-sized, $20,000, $30,000 in loans. So that's the next step. We need to do some work on that.
Absolutely.
I have a final question. I have a slightly cheeky question for you, Emmanuel, and that is, I always thought you were a much bigger man than someone who could run Danone. And now that you are, a model of a regenerative leader, how do you actually call yourself? Because, you were doing much more than just running a business. So who are you really as a leader?
Interesting. I yet have to discover this, and certainly to apply this idea of regenerative to myself and my leadership right now, because I simply have to invent, and I want to take the time and meet the people that will allow me and help me to indeed create my next step in my own leadership journey. Because leadership, for everyone and all the people that are gathered around this event, when we speak about purpose, ultimately it's about what is my personal purpose of contributing. How can I contribute? Who am I going to be? Which is basically a lifelong leadership journey. So, I don't know yet, but the simplest probably way of defining or answering your question is the LinkedIn and Twitter identity I chose. I kept the word CEO, I kept the word climate and social business activist, because I truly believe that business is a fundamental part of the solution, is actually the solution, but we need to be activists for social and for climate issues. And third, rock climber, which is a fundamental part of my identity and where I find my energy, my ikigai, my soul, whatever you want to call it. So I've linked these three words together, but I don't know what the next mix is going to be. And I'm excited about discovering that as I walk through the process. So thank you for having me with you this morning. Sorry, I cannot stay much longer. But knowing that you guys are doing what you do is really bringing a lot of energy for me, and also helping me think about what my next leadership journey is going to be.
Well,
so
Emmanuel, thank you very much, and thank you for also connecting me with Hans. And Hans and I have become very good friends and allies. So the pleasure. Thank you, Emmanuel, for your time.
A mountain man, a climber, an activist, a social business enthusiast as he is, a really great man. It's a great pleasure to know Emmanuel Faber. I hope he takes the right leadership question now for him. B Corporation. Let's a little bit focus on the B Corporation, because many young people, many people who will watch the video afterwards, who see us now outside, may they hear the first time about B Corporation. Marcello, let us know how it starts, what are the targets, explain us a little bit.
Okay,
what is B Corporation. Yeah, that's easy for him.
The first two things is, one is, normally we talk about for-profit. So this is the definition of business, for-profit. So some of us and my colleagues before me created the idea of for benefit. So instead of for profit, for benefit, that's where the B comes from. So that was the core. The core is that, and it goes back a long time in teaching from our theologians, teaching from all kinds of religions and our cultures, that the purpose of life is about your contribution to the world. It's what we do for all of us, for our planet. So benefit comes from there. So some of my colleagues started in the US 16 years ago. I started in Europe 7 years ago. It is a movement of now 16,000 companies. There's 4,000 are certified. You certify according to a set of criteria that are ESG, environment, social governance, and more, and plus. You recertify every 3 years. So you kept on your toes about doing better every time, every 3 years. And then we created a legislation called the Benefit Corporation, which by law in 5 countries, maybe 6, US, Italy, Ecuador, Colombia, Rwanda, British Columbia, Canada, by law, you can become a benefit corporation. There's 3 things you do. One is you have to state what is your purpose. State what is your purpose.
Always.
Which means, obviously as positive as you can make it. Secondly, because in most legislations, when you become a company, you don't have to state your purpose. Your purpose is for profit. And so we say, something missing. What is your purpose? Secondly is a transparency. You don't have to walk naked in the streets, but transparency means you don't hide things under the table, or you don't pay money under the table. So you are transparent about what you do. And thirdly is extended responsibility towards all the stakeholders, towards society, your employees, the people around you. Basically, where you can have an influence, you are responsible for everything you touch as a company. So the law is now in these 6 countries. There's 12,000 and many more countries are discussing the legislation. In France, by the way, where Emmanuel is, we help to create the entreprise à mission, which is mission-led business, which is basically the same as benefit corporation, but in the French style. Because the French like to do their own thing, so they call it entreprise à mission. And there are some large companies, including Danone, have become entreprise à mission. So a couple more things. One, it started with really young next generation entrepreneurs. So the majority, I would say 70, 80% of the B Corps are young companies, 5, 10, 20 years old. And Danone is by far the biggest and the oldest. Danone is 105 years old, 103 years old. So it's in a way quite an exception. But we have seen with Danone, with Unilever owns 10 B Corps, so Ben & Jerry, Packer Herbs, I can't remember all of them, but 9 or 10. And increasingly, the bigger companies, they want to show the world that they are actually good for society, good for people, that they have a good purpose. So we have more and more of these companies coming to us. We were quite late in starting in Germany, but we now have maybe 35 companies in Germany. We have 1,100 in Europe. This was started in Amsterdam. The biggest countries are UK, Netherlands, France, Italy, and then Switzerland, Spain. Altogether, 1,100 companies. And it's a very holistic way. It's not about just measuring how green you are, but for example, we once had Philip Morris. Philip Morris think they're very green because they can be very green, You can be very green, but you're not selling products that have a positive impact. So this is what I mean as being holistic. It looks at the whole, everything a company does. And it's a very useful tool for managers, for leaders, for owners of companies to actually be able to use this as a pathway, the sort of questions, the sort of benchmarking you do. We have 120,000 companies using the assessment, but only 4,000 became certified. So it's very difficult. It's hard to become a B Corp. You can find more information on bcorporation.net. That's the website that lists all the companies, so you can see the directory. And now we see clear sectors such as building, construction, architecture. There's a big increase in the last few months. Energy, of course, renewable energy, clean energy. What we call regenerative agriculture, regenerative food. It's very, very important. As this is the year of the UN Food Summit. There's more and more companies, etc., etc. So all the sectors that are in a way creating the economy of the future are the ones that are most inclined to become B Corps because they see. And then the final thing I say, it's about the leaders like Emmanuel Faber. These are companies are only people. The origin of the word company comes from companions. So you are companions, or Hans and I, we are companions. Absolutely. We set up a company. We do it together. So there was that sort of spirit. And so we think this is how all companies should be.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of investors now that are using the B tools to assess the companies they invest in. So you can be like, you can be a big bank, and you don't have to become a B Corp, but you could use the assessment tools to measure how beneficial your investee company is. And we have examples now, for example, a company in Brussels called Astano Ventures. They only invest in B Corps.
Okay.
Or if they invest in a company, they transform it into a B Corp. So it's a real shift, and younger people, so in their 20s and 30s, entrepreneurs, they want this model. Because if you ask a question, for me the question, and I give you actually not my answer, but the answer of the CEO of Danone in Italy, Fabrizio Gavelli. He said, one day I realized that I didn't want to sell a product that I wouldn't give my children.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of bottom line action question.
Yeah. And to come back to make it clear, so it means we all know the teaching in the universities, business is about profit maximization. That's where the normal business goes. This is how we get taught in the last 30 years. The B corporation, the benefit corporation, go out of the stigma, go out of this dogma, and make a decision. Before they go profit maximization, they look more in the benefit of the society.
Absolutely.
And that's a real habit, a real doing of the B corporations.
This is the core. The core is, because in English, excuse me, because of course we are in Germany and we are in other countries with different language, but in English we say for profit. And the paradigm shift for us was, it's actually for benefit.
Yeah.
For benefit is the core. And then of course, you also need to be profitable, but profit is not the objective. Profit is a means to be beneficial.
And if I listen right to you, you told me told us it's 120,000 who tried to be certified, and only 4,000 made it.
Yeah. Well, it's like this. We have 120,000 users of the tools that have registered from 77 countries, and 4,000 have certified. Quite roughly about 60,000 are on their way. So there's a scoring system from 0 to 200. If you get to 80, you can qualify. The tool is free. Anyone can use it for free. Only if you score and you get the logo, you pay a fee, but it's a very modest fee. We are not for profit. It's a foundation. It's not a business. And 60,000 are on their way. The other 60,000 are way down. We have companies that score 20 and 80 is, so it takes, actually even Danone, there's a great company, Manuel is not there, but he knows Danone still has too much plastic. So some of the companies in Danone still have some way to go before they can become B Corp. So that's why Danone, 48 of subsidiaries have become B Corps, and the other 30, 35 are on their journey. So of the total number, some are on their way and some are really way behind.
Yeah. And I think this makes the particular difference, as I understood so far, is you start with a mindset, but you want to see the progress at the B corporation. It's always every 3 years, every year, to see how you grow in your mindset and how you do this, how you coach them, how you inspire them.
So it's a learning methodology. It's a learning tool. So when you start, you do an assessment. I compare it to going to the doctor. 100 years ago, they measure your blood pressure and they say, well, you're alive or you're dead, And now, if you go to a hospital, you have to do many more checks, Yeah. They check everything.
Yes.
So this is what the B Corp is. It's like a medical analogy of doing a full scan.
Wonderful.
So you do full scan, and then when you have a full scan, you see, oh, wow, actually, I'm using too much CO2, or I am, killing my women in the fields, etc. So it is like a full scan, and according to the full scan, well, actually, one is, of course, now it's diversity. You want to have enough women, enough people of different colors and nationalities on your board, and very few companies in Europe are really diverse. Yeah. So there is work to do.
Absolutely.
So you start working, and then every 3 years you reassess. And companies like Patagonia, they started 8-9 years ago. They were about 90 and then now after 3 years certification, there are 160. So you can, and then you can benchmark. You can see, according to all the other 120 companies, how am I on this journey? What is improving? So it's actually it's really very, very cheap, but it's like a free tool to how to improve your company.
Yeah, let me jump here in, because you just mentioned like the metaphor between a doctor and B Corporation. Today in the lunch, no, in the high noon talk, we expect Dr. Eckhard von Hirschhausen, and he told me once, Hans, do you know the difference between a good doctor and a great doctor? And I say, yes, a great doctor has time for you, takes his time, talk to you, listen to you. And then I say, no, Hans, that's a good doctor. And then they say, okay, Eckhard, but what's a great doctor? And I say, a great doctor have a checklist and still check you. So that's what B Corporation do. We have here Anne, for example, she works in a hospital. We have in the first line all young medicine doctors. Do hospital already certificate as a B Corporation?
Oh, they can. So we can discuss this.
Yeah, they would love. The young medicine would love to do is we talked, for example, with Isabel, then one bed, hospital bed in Germany needs a consumption of the energy of one house. So we talked a lot about how we can bring the benefit in the general, not only in the healthcare aspect, the benefit back in the hospitals.
So B Corp is for businesses. It's not for NGOs. Now, in the hospitals, we have, just 2 weeks ago in Brussels, 2 of the biggest hospitals in Belgium said, we want to become a B Corp.
Very good.
Now, but if you are a non-profit, formally it's not possible, because what we want to show with B Corps is that you can be for benefit and for profit. If you are by law and not for profit, you're already supposed to be for benefit.
Absolutely.
So this is why we sort of say these are the limits. Now, I've been discussing with my colleagues, I think we may have to, well, maybe we should make a special, because hospitals like schools, universities, social housing, there's many organizations, certainly in Europe, that basically are in this hybrid space. Cooperatives, this is the Germany social market economy, and this was already integrated, that you have many organizations that are a bit in between. Yeah. So we need to open up and allow B Corps for also these organizations.
Yeah, at least the part of the hospitals who are running like a company should be a B Corporation. That's what we try to get with the young doctors now out. Yeah. Because there's many parts of the health sector in Germany who goes full for profit, and may they forgot sometimes the benefit into the whole society.
Well, and one final point on this is that we find, I think Emmanuel was saying it, we find that employees of companies, who knows what is the satisfaction rate, it's similar in Europe to the US, of employees in companies. Do you know how much?
In Germany?
If you count, take 100.
I just know one number, then more than 40% have an inside quit their job. Yeah. So the happiness must be not so high.
So more or less between 20 and 30% of employees are really engaged. The other 60-70%, it's like they have a job, which is sad. It's very sad, and of course it's not good for business. Yeah. And it's not good for you, because you want to live a fulfilling life, a purposeful life. So we find in B Corps much higher level of engagement, because it really asks also, the question is not only the purpose of the CEO, of the chairman, but everyone's purpose. Why are you working in this company? Yeah. So consequently, whether it is a Unilever, Coca-Cola, or a hospital, it's a really important question. How do you engage the whole of the person in the mission that your company has? It's priceless. It's worth millions and billions, if you are a big company, to have people who are really committed.
Okay. So let's see how people in Europe, you brought the B Corporation spirit, the B Corporation movement, the B Corporation mindset to Europe now. You have a whole team who guide you. So it's clear every small, medium, family business, cooperatives, every business can come to you, use the tool for free at the moment, see if they can qualify it for the whole stuff, and on a certain rate on the points what they make, there will be certified B Corporation. Is it enough just to have an online tool out and do it, or do you do more service for the people who want to have guidance?
So there's a website called bimpactassessment.net. This is the website for would-be B Corps. You can start on your own. You enter the website, the different languages, you do your own assessment. There's two ways. There's the do-it-yourself way, and there's do-it-together way. The do-it-yourself, you do it on your own. Do-it-together, you do it with some of us. Like, Walter and I started a company called Now Partners. We have a license from B Lab to help companies that need assistance, that need hand-holding. Let's go together, do it together. And there are maybe 20 other companies in the world that do that. Yeah. Because we learned from Danone, from Emmanuel, that a big company like Danone, 100,000 people, 27 billion euros, you need some help, to be able to navigate the whole assessment, and sometimes you get stuck in questions that you don't have an immediate answer. So now there are about 20 companies that provide this hand-holding, do it together.
Well, the hand-holding and the guidance, I think sometimes what I experience, like when I see the work of many coaches, I see then the system needs outside to change the system, because inside the system it's very hard to change it. And so it's good to have a holding hand, or more a guiding spirit. If you would see from the B Corporation, from your side, to introduce Walter in a way, maybe you can introduce him. But before I introduce him, we talked a lot, Walter, about the work what you do. One of the parts, only one part, the work with the Vatican. And just to give you one step, in 2010, Professor Yunus called me and said, "Oh, we have here questions about to work with the Vatican." And then I say to him, "Oh, Professor Yunus, the history of the Catholic Church and my history is very tough. I think it's really too tough to go there." And then I say, "Hans, no, you go there, you share our knowledge, because nobody should be ashamed about his religion, not even the Catholics." So one part of this is where we both have a lot of talks in the last time, what we can do, but you're much more than only this particular work with the Vatican. How you would like to introduce Walter?
Well, I mean, I've known Walter for 31 years, or 30 years, yeah. So I mean, we are very good friends. And so Walter, we were 27, 28, 30, something like that. We were very young, and we were some of the first guys in Europe to hang out with Ben Cohen of Ben & Jerry, Anita Roddick of The Body Shop, people who were really the first sort of responsible business leaders in Europe and in the world. And that's how we met. He kind of followed me and became a chairperson of the Social Venture Network Europe, which was this first network, 1993. And then he's German, but is a global traveler. So we met again in San Francisco and then in Sao Paulo. And then a few years ago, we decided we wanted to work together, and that's how we started Now Partners. I would say with two things about Walter. One is he has a very deep kind of spiritual journey. He has had a spiritual journey for 40 years. And he has been, he will say it for himself, he has been, part of a very long distinguished, family with an international business that dates back 140 years. So he has been navigating these two worlds, the worlds of maybe purpose, maybe existential questions. What were we here for in this world? With the real questions of how do we actually, day by day, as Emmanuel was saying, well, I'm going to sell you this iPhone. It has to be a good phone, and so on. So it is going from here to here. It's this journey. So in a way, Walter is a master of this journey.
A wonderful master. Walter, you want to tell us something about what you call now?
Yes.
What's now happened?
Well, I think to understand my understanding of now, I have to go back to this moment that Marcella was saying. So I was actually a little older than Marcella was saying, but anyway, I was co-owning a group of industrial companies that was a Euro-Asian American business representing companies like Siemens and Carrier and Merck and from around the world in Southeast Asia. And also I had grown up, of course, in Hamburg with this deep impression of the Holocaust, of the Second World War, and the tremendous responsibility that comes from that to create a different world. And fortunately, when we grew up, there were these amazing movements emerging. The women's movement that completely changed our relationship with women. And that's maybe the most important of all the change movements, because it's 50% of the world population. The peace movement, we had, of course, big important wars then, Vietnam, Chile, dictatorships. We had all kinds of problems in that regard. The environmental movement, we woke up to the destructiveness of our way of living. So the Green Party was born. So we grew up with this tremendous feeling of we have to do, but also we can do. It was more for me an inspiration, and it was a sense of responsibility. So it's like that I went into our company. And we fortunately had a very deep connection, for 140 years with the countries we were working in. And so a deep sense of responsibility for thousands of people. But also, we realized more and more the environmental challenges of the products that we were selling. For example, we sold millions of air conditioners that were burning a hole in the ozone layer. And 30 years ago, when we spoke then to the people responsible in these companies about the technologies and how to make them fully sustainable, there wasn't any support in markets to demand this. So there wasn't any real motivation to change. It's not that they were not well intended. They were just under so many pressures, as you are when you run institutions. We underestimate the freedom that a CEO or owners have. They're under so many pressures. So there wasn't enough pressure from the market to say, you have to change. So then I realized, if I'm going to stay in my company, I can do really great work to make this company as good as possible. But I cannot really go beyond what is possible within the system in which I function. So I left the leadership of the company to my brother, who's still running it today and is a wonderful leader and has done wonderful work with it. We just built the largest solar power plant in Southeast Asia, and we have just one core business value now called doing business with compassion. And we are a high-tech company, very modern, but you can really take the depths of Buddhist teaching and fully integrate it with a successful modern way of running companies. The same, of course, with Christianity or with humanistic values. You spoke about Goethe. That's our challenge, that's our opportunity to take the depths of human wisdom and to bring it into modern day companies and to show that we can have a regenerative economy, what we call a regenerative market economy. In Germany, after the Second World War, we had this incredible shift out of a very unsocial capitalism that directly led to the Second World War. And we came out of it with this incredible idea by a conservative German minister of the economy, Erhard, who said, no, we have to integrate social and market, and now we need to do the next step. It's regenerative and market. And what does regenerative really mean? Because there's this, hodgepodge of terms that everybody has their own term, and everybody, thinks that their term is the best. Why do we use regenerate? Because we need to regenerate the systems of nature and the systems of society, and often our own hearts, our own sense of purpose, and bring them back to health. Because a system that is healthy naturally responds to the impulse of evolution to go towards its optimum. However, if societies are degenerated, not regenerated, then you suddenly come to Trump. You come to populism. You come to a lot of dysfunction in societies, but also in nature, of course. And so then we have a climate crisis that we have, because the climate has come out of health, and we need to bring it back to health. That's why we need to decarbonize. And so now Partners is an accelerator for the regenerative market economy. And what is very important is that we are not splitting, on the one hand doing good, and on the other hand being profitable and have economic development for countries and so forth. They need to become not just together, but mutually reinforcing. And that is a big challenge. How do we do that, right? And of course, nobody has achieved the full regenerative state, right? There is no single company, no single country where we can say, yeah, they're truly regenerative, because we are in a transition between a old mainstream economy to a new mainstream economy. This new mainstream economy needs to be the regenerative market economy, but there are already many examples that point in the direction of how the future can look like. So I start with a very well-known brand. We talked about Danone. Let's talk about Unilever, that many people know. So they were a good company, more mainstream, and then they started to move more and more in the direction of sustainability, of inclusion, and so forth. And they also were very skillful in communicating that. And so as a result, now you have 2 million people a year that apply to work there. So from that, they maybe select 10,000 actual job openings, right? So they have a huge pool to take the best talent from. And the most important thing in companies is people. Of course, technology matters, but it's people that are creating the technology, that are innovating, that are translating the economy into actual business, right? So it's like what Marcello said, like they choose to go there. So there is a great motivation and therefore a great productivity. And so when Heinz Kraft, a very traditional company, was trying to take over Unilever, they failed. And in fact, since Heinz Kraft tried to do that, the company tanked while Unilever went up, right? Here in Germany, we have Bayer, who made the very unfortunate decision to buy Monsanto. And I'm not talking about the technology of it, I have a whole different story about that, but just in terms of stock exchange value. It's the biggest destruction of stock exchange value in the history of the German stock exchange. Why? Because markets have changed since we started 30 years ago to work on them. They are recognizing, unlike the great advisors and investment bankers and so forth that advised Bayer that this was the best possible investment, markets were much smarter. They could see into the future. They were shooting this arrow not into the goal of profit maximization, but into the regenerative market economy, and could see that on the short term, maybe there could be some benefit, but on the long term, this would not be regenerative. So if I give you another example of a truly regenerative company, then I'm thinking of Leontino Balbo, who runs Native, who most of you have never heard of, but many of you have eaten his products, that he farms on 40,000 hectares in Brazil. So that's not small. It's not a small organic luxury farm that many people say, oh, we need Monsanto, we need industrial agriculture, because otherwise we can't feed the world. Yeah. But that's just a spun story. There's nothing to do with reality. There is scientific proof. There are 23 certifications. So BIA is one certification. He has 23 certifications that demonstrate that his regenerative way of farming is regenerating soil. It has in his farm fields their greater biodiversity than in the surrounding forests. Animals have come back to his fields that were not seen in these lands for a long time. He has a great employment scheme which employs more people with really meaningful work. They have healthcare and education support, and they're really a community of purpose. Yeah. And let me just finish this one thing. So he produces on these 40,000 hectares 1/3 of the world's organic cane sugar. But now he has also developed methodologies to apply it to all other big food crops. So, and this is why many of the big branded companies, including Danone, including Natura, including Mars and many others, want to buy from him, because they want to associate themselves with this new story. They know that this is the future, and they want to benefit in their brand value from the story. And this is why he also is being paid more for his sugar. So you can see that this can be more productive, more profitable, and at the same time fully regenerating soil, water, biodiversity, sequestering carbon. So it is possible to do what we call regenerative value creation that integrates business and economic success with the regeneration of people and planet. But it's a journey, and we need to all work together. We need to unite for this regeneration.
Yeah. That's unite is a very a big point. Let me go to the counter of all this what you told. You know, I'm working as well with Unilever. I need Paul Polman, I know M, but I really say there still are the mass of sugar, and I never ever would give my children's Magnum, you know, or I say we know from Ferrero, we all grow up with Nutella, and it is a huge problem for our generation now. So we are, from the point of social business and from the point of professionals, much more in the micro. We believe, like Wangari Maathai, to say we need 1 billion of people who go and be micro farmer, people who have an independent life, a self-controlled life, you know, a very much self-controlled life. So in this way, how to be united between, to say every one of us can be an entrepreneur, every one of us can be an own shaper, every one of us can be independent of an Unilever, of a Danone or anybody. So on the way when we meet each other to say, so how we can bring this understanding, we have 8 billion people with mindful, compassion, empathy to the nature, and still see the moment to say, oh, how is our connection to this Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Danone, all these enormous aspects, you know, who is at the end the source of the problem and not yet the art of solution. So if you go in the art of solutions and the mindset to empower every single fantastic human being, so where could be between the micro aspects and the be united. For example, if you go to a city like where we come from in Wiesbaden, where many people are saying, oh, here I'm doing the woman museum, here I'm doing a cultural project, here I'm doing the business, but everybody is working for his own. To be united means for the micro and for the macro stuff. So how we can be united?
Yeah. I think that we need to see that there where is the problem also is part of the solution. So that's the good thing. So we are all part of the problem. I mean, it's not just the big bad companies. In fact, there are no really bad companies. There are people of good intentions working and trying to do the best they can, right? So, but we are all part of it because we are all part of the system. We drive cars, if we don't drive cars, we eat, we drink water that's been brought by a car probably, So you cannot really go out. So it's very important to not split society into good and bad and to take sides, but to see, as Emmanuel was saying, how can each of us every day in what we do take action? And we can take very powerful action. Now, we are every day, or most days, going to work. In our workplace, we can make these courageous decisions that we heard about this morning to make a difference. We can choose to work for organizations that are part more strongly of the solutions and give our life energy into that. We also are purchasers of products and services. Who do we buy from? What do we do with that daily vote that we give? And then from time to time, of course, we also go to vote. And we can vote. Germany, an important election is coming up. Who do you vote for? Who is going to advance us towards a regenerative market economy? But in between that, citizens are, of course, not only every X years going to vote. Every day we can organize, every day we can meet, we can work on this, we can make this. And we are not going to do that if we are doing it only out of guilt or duty or something like that. We need positive motivation. We need to see that it's the most exciting thing that we can do. I mean, I've been doing this work for 30 years. And I can tell you, in these 30 years, I have become more and more energetic. I've become younger and younger. Because when you really engage in this kind of life, where you want to just be part of the positive change that is naturally occurring in the evolutionary drive towards our potential, you're just aligning with this force, and it inspires you and it makes you aware of how blessed we are to be alive, and how blessed we are that we can be with each other, and that I can look into these beautiful faces of the young people sitting here and all the people and be in a relationship, even though half an hour ago we didn't know each other, but now there's a connection. And that connection is the potential that we can live every day.
And now, and also here on the Sum of Purpose, Marcello, before you have the closing words, let me explain it also to all my friends why we want to be united, What are the reason behind? Because if I look to ourselves, for me it's much more about one farmer, about Harry, about how he get 8 euros for the kichi, and less about how we turn around 100,000 tons of coffee at the moment. But I do know if we create an inspiration like Harry, a very single farmer, who just did in 30 years an enormous contribution to the biodiversity, what's the seed to inspire them? Just to be very clearly for us, that we will go person by person by person. We believe that everyone can be a role model, everyone can be a change agent, even he do a ton of a coffee to turn it around. This 1 ton can the beginning of 100,000 tons or 3 million tons of coffee. So just then people understand why we should work together and be united for regenerative aspect. Because we come from, as you told, we come from every single woman in the Heights in San Francisco who have no legal paper. We try to give them $1,500 to make his own way. We are very much on the way to believe every woman, every man is his own goal-getter. But I do believe we need the dialogue with the Vatican. We do need the dialogue with the Unilevers. We do need the dialogue with the capital market to go for the regenerative solutions, because this is the only way to turn around our scenario in a way then our children who are not born, like Peter told today morning, they come on the world where they have enough regenerative power. That's why I'm very happy to start to play with a big system, but never forget Harry or Marie or any single person. Marcello, you can do the closing words for us.
Well, but I was going to mention 2 things. One is I live in Amsterdam. 2 weeks ago, the citizens of the Netherlands, through a lawyer, took Shell to court. And Shell was obliged by the court to reduce their CO2 emission by 45% in the next 10 years or 9 years by 2030. Not only its emission, but the emissions also of the suppliers of Shell, which is 29,000 companies. So change is coming. The second thing is, well, in Germany, the car industry is so important, but look at Tesla, what Tesla did. So there's a power of disruption, which is one of the questions I ask Emmanuel. A lot of disruption going on, a lot of young entrepreneurs starting new businesses, some social businesses, some regenerative food businesses. Look at clean tech and renewable energy. I mean, fantastic sector, industry, where you can really make a difference and be financially successful. So things are changing, and I think that, because I was listening to your question about Unilever and the Magnum ice cream and so on, well, Schumpeter, who comes from Austria, Vienna, he called creative destruction. So let's have a bit more of that. Maybe Magnum shouldn't exist anymore. Well, and so from a systems perspective, so what? You eat some other ice cream, or you don't eat ice cream.
Yeah.
So, but this is it's actually a very important issue because in many of these developed economies, we got so kind of stuck. I mean, everyone knows McKinsey and others. We write about the few big companies in each industry dominate the whole industry. So we need to also unlock that kind of duopoly or monopoly power. In many sectors, you mapped it all out. There are 50 companies in the world that control the food and agricultural space. So good for them, but not good for us. So we need to disrupt that as well.
Absolutely. And Marcello, not misinterpreted. I also go in the headquarters to Wolfsburg and talk with Volkswagen. They are responsible for 2% of the global emission of CO2. This is not the way. It's just to explain the people who go with us why the micro movement, we are really micro. We go for the poorest of the poorest. We go really down to the people who have less than $2 with Professor Yunus day by day. Just to understand for them why it's important to be united, why we have to talk about this. And that's why I'm really joyful to go this way. But with all the power, my mother taught me, whatever you do, Hans, if you go to the hell, and you plant a small Gänseblümchen. I don't know the right word in English, but you plant a small flower, and that's what I believe. That's why I went to Rome as well. That's why I go to every single person to have a dialogue, to be regenerative. One of the best examples of what we have to be regenerative is every one of you is an artist. Every one of you is an entrepreneur. Every one of you is a great spirit, like we have few musicians here. Let's listen a little bit for the next 3 minutes to the music, to the individual choice. I know you all had no choice in your life. You only had to go one way, and this is the way to be a musician. And all this to be united with the self-controlled and the independent life of all of us. And let's inspire as much as we can the big system, because only by inspiration and by doing things, people will have a change. I'm really happy to walk with you in the next years and see what we can do on the United Regeneration. Thanks when you're here.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you.
Let's listen, and then we start 3 minutes, and then we keep on going. Thank you. Thank you.
is the fire falling left and then I say, when that fire and some violence down, calling love there's no way. Oh, I come out the fire, I left in the star. Like the fire and the shells and the time is rolling.
Wunderbar, wunderbar.
Wonderful. So we have interpretation. Exactly. And then we can continue in German. So the understanding of this, so that every single person counts, is a very important one in the work that we do. So that we can say that every individual person needs something. What Katharina Insel shows us every day, every person is special. Moment, every one of us is special. No one of us would in any way be worth more or less. There is a nice metaphor, I learned about this in Asia. Siddhartha Gautama, or the Buddha, explained what the value of life is, of one life. And he explained it in a very nice way. So if you see the vast old Indian Ocean and what the value of life in universe is, then there is a ring floating, and in this ring, every 100,000 years, a fish jumps up through this ring. And every time this fish in this very vast, huge ocean jumps through this one single ring, that is the value of life. And every time a human comes back to Earth, like on May 10th, for example, my first grandson was born. And this is this incredible miracle of a person being able to make it to Earth. Without modern-day medicine and without physicians, many of us would not be here. I definitely would not be here anymore. My children, only half of them would have made it. They would have died at birth. And the same thing applies to the COVID crisis. Actually, it is a huge miracle that you are not infected and that Tamara did not get COVID, that Christian is not infected, that we all were lucky. And there's one thing I wanted to say. This is taken from real life, and I would like to ask Anya to join me on the stage. Here we have the handheld microphone, please. So Anna and myself drink coffee almost every day in our kitchen, but that's not the reason for why you're here now. You're a surgeon, you're a physician at Wiesbaden, and since February, you have headed the intensive care unit. So oftentimes I saw you in the morning when you had finished your night shift, and every night you fought for a life. So how was your day today in the past 5 to 6 months? Well, first of all, good morning, and thank you for inviting me here. I am not here to generate a profit, but what we do is we fight for people's lives. Unfortunately, sometimes we have to live this idea of being for profit. But in the moment that you're standing in front of a person, you're a human too. And of course, you're a physician too. And you have to keep your distance, because otherwise you will be harmed. Your soul will be harmed. You're psychologically harmed. But the most recent times in the intensive care unit was also a special time for me, because I have a background in surgery. And this is a completely different field than intensive care. But it's part of her job that you take a look around in all different specialties. COVID times have been a special challenge for us, but you also have to say that in medicine, no matter at what point in time, you are there every day. Sometimes every moment, there's a new challenge that you face. The actual problem in the recent times was the following. It was the lack of knowledge and information regarding what this disease does, and this scared all of us. And fear is a bad companion regards to every situation in life, and that is why we have to try to encounter this fear being calm and composed and try to do our work. And COVID is nothing but a disease of the respiratory airways. And what we've seen during COVID times is a very interesting observation, which is that other conditions just didn't occur anymore. They didn't happen anymore because we just acted differently. There was not a single case of death due to the flu, but people died due to COVID. So not only in the economy or in biotechnological development was there a change, but we also see a change in medicine. So that there were conditions, diseases that left medicine and others newly emerged. And once there were fewer COVID cases, it doesn't mean that we will have less work. I think that COVID gives us the possibility to focus more on the fact that people in medicine are also humans with needs, and that working in shifts is difficult. It's tough because you have to work at times where other people sleep, and you need regeneration. You need to recover so as to be able to properly work in your job. It's necessary, but you have to see to it, what can you do so as to support people who work in this field and to appreciate them. Okay, so appreciation of work. I think this is one of the most important aspects. And you gave the example of working in shifts. You have to be there 24 hours nonstop, be there for many patients, 24 hours nonstop, 24/7. And many people who work in shifts have to do the same. You mentioned appreciation. What is your wish? So overall, what can we do to work more, that your work is better appreciated or more appreciated? I think appreciation is something that sometimes is misinterpreted. On the one hand side, there is the value of work that we cannot define. Because what is the value of medical work? What is the value of a human life? I don't think that you can attach a value to a human life. A human has a dignity, and we are there to preserve this dignity and to ask ourselves, what can we do to support the person and their needs, to fulfill their needs in the moment that they're lying in front of us. They're helpless, they're at loss, they're sick. So how can we do this in a professional way, but in a humane way as well? And for this, we need to have staff, colleagues, people, systems, environments that enable us to give them this dignity and to make our medical expertise available so that the patient can go back into health, or to accompany them on their way towards death. This is also an important task, to help them in a loving and caring way on this final journey, so that at the end of their life they can live and be in peace, and to then leave in a dignified way. Corona and the intensive care units in the most frequent cases was a goodbye, because the patients that came under our care in most cases did not make it. So if as a COVID patient you end up in the intensive care unit, you are intubated, then going back to life again, it's a difficult thing. Dignity, I think that we definitely have to make a call, send out the call so that people decide to go into nursing, to become a physician, etc. So that if people decide this, that they would be able to provide everyone with a dignified care, and that there's not a financial value attached to life, but that it's about dignity, as you said, Anne. So why should someone decide, like Christian or others sitting here, Why should they say, I will just go through a new vocational training or university studies and become a nurse or a physician? But there are many people who say that they want to now start working in healthcare, become a healthcare professional. You can do that when you're 30 or 40, even if you're 50. When should they do it? I don't think you can generalize this. Why should anyone do anything? Every person shouldn't just do a job, but they should follow their vocation. And a job that I have, at least this is my understanding of my job, you can only do this if you feel that it's your vocation. Because there are many situations in which you really would like to call it a day and just quit. It's not like in a company, which of course nonetheless really also has to be supported, where 120 people start and they try something, but at the end of the day, it's 4 who reach their goal. We try to guide everyone so that they can reach their goal, everyone who wants to join us in healthcare. And sometimes that's a problem. You're standing there and you're like, okay, I am at my wits' end. I do not have any energy anymore. I don't know what to do. I have to quit. But you have to pull yourself together. And together with your colleagues, you have to decide, what is it I can do so as to find a goal that helps this specific person in this specific situation, that provides relief, so that they can leave the situation in a content and satisfied way, and that they can go out of the situation with their integrity as a human. And I think this is something that characterizes our job. There's a lot of compassion necessary, and it's difficult as a physician working with the patient sometimes, but every job requires enthusiasm. You have to burn for the cause, and this is something you have to feel on the inside. You have to ask yourself, what do I want to do to contribute to this world being a better place? You do not have to be a physician or a nurse or anything similar to make a contribution. You simply have to try to clearly define the goals you have, the personal goals, and to have to pursue your goals with joy and enthusiasm. And I think this is something that should inspire all of us in our life. I try to live in this way. And if you come to our intensive care unit, there's a wonderful slogan that we have pinned on the wall. I hope that we soon will be able to take off the masks also at the hospital. What it says is, sometimes it is a smile that gives us hope. Sometimes it is hope that makes us smile. And I think that enjoyment of things is what is supposed to carry us and guide us no matter what kind of a job we work.
Oh, great, wonderful. I know you're a mother of 4 and you have very little time, actually. And you drove here from Wiesbaden in order to share your insight with us. Thank you very, very much for that. And this is exactly the people and the approaches that we need in order to go forward, to develop regenerative power, to really wake up with a smile. Thank you very much for coming. Now, I think we have half an hour time to enjoy the sun, and then we look forward to listening to Eckhard von Hirschhausen. Thank you.
Come
aus Wiesbaden?
Ja, genau.
Sehr gut. Ja, klasse. Lass uns nachher mal unterhalten.
Genau.
Wie lange bist du da?
Ich bin bis morgen.
Nee, Hans, kündige ich mich an.
Ich bin bis morgen.
Ja.
Madame Coco und
Madame Coco and the No Exodus Band. Hello and welcome back to all of you. This 24th of June, 24 hours, full power, no sleep, one shower, 24 hours of purpose. It's a special honor and privilege for me to introduce the next high noon guest for today. Tomorrow, as you see, we will have Michael Otto, but today there's a very special friend of mine. We've known each other for more than 30 years. So we actually shared career points and we discovered a lot of curiosities along our ways. We started things, and what drives us and what has been driving us is the human being, the person. How can we focus on the human being? Eckhart, it's great to have you here. Thanks for coming here and sharing your thoughts, because I mean, you put a human being in the focus. You have been doing so for quite some time. You've prepared thoroughly, so I'm really excited to listen to what you want to share with us. Thank you. Hello and welcome to all our digital listeners and viewers. Thanks for the people here for coming. I'm Eckhart von Hirschhausen. I'm a scientific journalist and I'm the founder of Healthy Planet, Healthy People Initiative and Foundation. What I want to do is actually something quite different. If we put a human being in the focus, wouldn't it be good to actually see that everything is interconnected with one another? And what we have been witnessing these days, like this heat, the storms, we see how uncomfortable we can feel. I mean, what was stable during these last 10,000 years, the weather becomes unstable. And I mean, I didn't talk this over with Dieter Frey. This feeling of having to suffer is one thing. Still, how can we do it with joy? How can we actually feel that we have a future and we're going to create that? Having a lot of fun. And the medical point of view, I think, offers a game-changing approach. Because currently what we see is society drifts apart. There are many people who are interested in these conflicts between South and North, rural and urban, right and left, poor and rich. But when you ask people what is sacred, what is important, then everyone says, I want to be in good health. I want that my family is healthy, my children, and also my grandchildren should have a chance of leading a healthy life. And I do believe that currently we live in a historic area. The Federal Constitutional Court says freedom is not the freedom to just drive your Porsche at 230 miles an hour, but you have to base the freedom on the question how unfree will be the next and coming generations because of our actions within the Anthropocene, the era where we as human people have shaped the earth. I would wish that we could actually close the doors, because as a live artist, I want to really enjoy my focus and concentration. I actually want to introduce this up-and-coming 1 hour. I mean, I, of course, have collected a lot of material. I'm intending to give you an insight of what does my foundation do, what has climate protection to do with health. And we had a great speech given by an intensive care specialist. Now, we talked a lot about Corona, COVID. It's just a partial problem. And I wrote a new book, Human Being, Earth, Mensch, Erde. It's actually like a sales button. You get 3 crises for the price of 2. So because we say these 3 crises, climate, diversity, and health, belong together. There's a new term, planetary health, which means good health, good planet, healthy planet, healthy people. So we depend on the health of our surrounding animals, of the surrounding ecosystems. And this is actually what I think is the lesson we needed to learn from COVID. We are much more vulnerable than we thought we would be. Even though we live in a very rich society, let me give you an idea. I mean, we have a healthcare system where 1 billion euro is spent each and every day. So we couldn't actually say that we have too little money. And then all of a sudden we wanted ventilators. Whoa, where are they? So the bottlenecks is not just the devices and technology, but it's the people who know how to operate them, who know when patients need them. We let the healthcare practitioners burn out. And within 10 years, we will have 1.5 billion more people who will have to rely on proper health care and nursing care. Now, we are approaching a situation, you know, we've seen this, this poster put up out there, volatile, insecure. Everything is volatile and insecure, and I'm a bit afraid. And I met Hans in Summer of Purpose. I came here as a magician, as a comedian, as a doctor, and then the back of my book says it's guaranteed 10% less funny than usually. Because if you don't have a fixed diagnosis, then I don't need to start a therapy. When I go to the doctor and present with headache, and I would guess I'm getting aspirin, and the doctor says, you get a chemotherapy, I would think he is crazy, because he didn't tell me once that I'm actually suffering from a brain tumor. When I see that I have a life-threatening disease, then I'm ready to talk about radical measures. But as long as we are not really communicating the diagnosis in a clear way, then we actually never find a coherent way of dealing with this crisis. And this is really bullshit. It hasn't worked for the last 30 years. We need a new consciousness, an awareness of the fact that this topic is much bigger than any political party, much bigger than any of the existing generations, because it's a matter of survivals. It worked pretty well during the pandemic. Politicians said, okay, the situation is here, so we need to engage in ways that make us feel a little bit uncomfortable. And shortly I was engaged in a discussion with Franz Timmermans, the EU commissioner who's responsible for the Green New Deals, and I heard a metaphor. His father was a miner. Mining is actually something that is actually one of the root causes for the climate crisis. And he told me after the Second World War, people started rebuilding Europe based on strong principles. No more war, no more fascism, which is quite something that we can support even now. Goes without saying. But he also said the people who rebuilt Europe did that following the awareness that a lot of what they see, what happens, should not just be good for them, but also good for the coming generations. We have lost this kind of consciousness, this awareness. We are 30 times as rich as the people back in 1950. Are we 30 times as happy? No, we are not. And whenever I'm talking to people, I look for some medical metaphors that make things clear. Like, for instance, this rubbish where we say that everything needs to grow. We need permanent growth. If anything is growing in your body, this, you can be sure, is cancer. If something grows without taking into consideration what is going on around it, it's potentially lethal. And if we perceive that Mother Earth is a living being, and not just in the spiritual, esoterical sense, but I mean, in reality, whatever we have, whatever we live on, comes from this organism, then we need to take care of it. So we have to take care of Mother Earth if she belongs in the intensive care unit. We can, of course, fight our fever, but we cannot actually fight the temperatures outdoors. And I mean, a lot of people don't know that. Let me explain to you my story. Now, the presentation that I'm going to show you, I mean, and you can have them afterwards. I mean, usually we have a great panel discussion, Dieter Frey, Metternich, and Isabel van Pollens, who stands for the next generation of medical students who have a much better global awareness, and they get committed, which I like. But first of all, let's talk about diagnosis. Diagnosis. I mean, camera 6, I mean, is it just one camera looking at me? Are you the only camera shooting me? No, then please switch off your red light. It's really confusing and irritating as a moderator, because I think I'm always on, which I shouldn't be. Anyway, life is life. That's what life is all about. Healthy planet, healthy people. Yesterday I talked at the German Federal Parliament, Bundestag. There was a commission in session. They invited me. Mr. Stout, who wrote the book German in 2050, wrote about facts. Thoralf Stout about facts that we're going to anticipate. And we discussed what is going to happen in 2050 based on what we know for sure from scientists. And I can tell you, I mean, no good news we can break. We always think 2050, that is quite a long time to go. But I always try to find some things as somebody who stands in front of other people which create a presence, awareness. A child that is born today in 2050 will be 29 years old. So this child becomes a father or a mother maybe in 2050, and we have to think twice about it. When we today ask young people, and they did that in Great Britain and the US, for instance, can you imagine, see yourself as a parent? 1 in 5 children, age 12, they say no, never. That means children know today that we are heading towards a world where it's really not good having children. That's a sick world, isn't it? In 2100, according to a BBC report, I mean, this is leaked, every fact is on the table. If you want to know about facts, you get the facts. We could have a world that is 3 to 6 degrees warmer than today. But it's not that we don't have to go to Mallorca because it's now comfortably warm. No, it's hell. It's going to be hell for vast part of the global population. Especially for the global south, people who have been suffering much more than we have today. And therefore, I'm thankful to Friday for Future. They always shouted out, climate justice. I didn't understand that in the beginning. Climate justice, who is this justice? Is his name? I was just aware that there's a greater. But anyway, that was actually something that was an accusation that was directed towards my generation, the baby boomers. And so, okay, what can I do? I have to take on responsibility. We have to answer these slogans. And when the Friday people were attacked by individual politicians, actually exclusively men, and they said, oh, well, you better go to school. Why are you playing truant? Why don't you do that in your spare time? I thought, well, okay, did the pilots go on strike in their spare time? I don't recall that. And on top of that, actually, when I was at school, if in the morning at 10 o'clock there was 25 degrees centigrade, I didn't have to go to school. And so I called a friend of mine and said, well, look, you have all the weather report data. When I was going to school, it only happened 4 times. In the last 2 years, there was more than 100 times the case. So we have to go out in the streets because otherwise it's going to be too hot in buildings. And when we hear, I mean, the children, the youth, they have no ideas. And I met with some of the Fridays activists, and so we formed the Scientists for Future. And we received many, many signatures. And a lot of scientists said, no, the young people are right. So let us talk about what children and young people have to anticipate. What is happening? What kind of impact that have on our health, and our mental health, and our lives? Who is this lady? Jane Goodall, one of the coolest women I ever came to meet. And I'm still grateful for that meeting. And Jane actually was to take an interview for the interview, and then she changed roles. And she asked me a question during the interview. Jane asked me the question. I mean, she's a chimpanzee researcher. She is a great expert in many issues of the social behavior of the apes. when we always say, she said, that we as human beings, we are the greatest creatures on earth, why do we destroy our own home? So I had to swallow. And I said, well, what's that happening? And then it occurred to me, this is the most important question of the 21st century. And therefore, I'm asking you this question. I ask this question of each and every one. What can we do? What can we do in order not to destroy our own home? Oh, there's a lot of noise out there. I'm trying to say something very important. I mean, it need not be interesting to each and everyone, but those that are not interested to listen to me, please remain quiet. Anyway, the encounter with Jane, also as a comedian, inspired me to ask, I mean, how can we ask or paraphrase this question in a less dramatic way? And therefore, let us engage in this exercise. Who of you is pooping in your own living room at home? Oh, unfortunately, nobody answers that in a positive way. Never, ever. I regularly, I mean, not of affection or because you suffer from an infection, but I mean, intentionally, nobody poos in the living room. Why? I mean, we know how it goes. We could certainly afford that. We don't do it because our living room is sort of sacred. Because we say, my home is my castle. I want to have a nice life there. I want to feel comfortable. It should be quiet. And I don't want any kind of shit there. Not my own, not of somebody else's. Now, let me show you our living room. This is our living room. The Earth. And I also had an interview with our astronaut, Mr. Girth. And I mean, he actually, when he approached to the next generation, went viral. He said, as a young person, I thought, okay, I'm going out into outer space in order to discover great things. And he says, the best thing you can actually ever discover in outer space is a view of the Earth. This became possible in 1969, this rising Earth, this view of the Earth, where we had an idea that we all are a community. We all sit together, we work together, we live together in a community. So looking from outside on Earth, it's clear we cannot leave this Earth, not even Elon Musk can.
Dass der Amazonas nicht die Lunge der Erde ist, sondern es ist unser Beatmungsgerät. Wenn wir dort die Sauerstoff
of the planet, but it's our ventilator. So if we cap things there, then we can't breathe anymore. And the atmosphere, if we look into the sky, seems to be finite and endless, but it's not. Our senses are not good enough to understand global connections. They are made to understand what is happening around us, but we need science. We need a change of perspective to understand what is happening there. And this is what humans can do. Now, take a look. The atmosphere of this very thin layer. It is as thin as the layer of an apple, and it is vulnerable. So this atmosphere is a veil that distinguishes between life and death, between a planet Earth, water, air, and an area which is basically a vacuum and empty. Summer of purpose. If we're looking for a purpose, I would start there before we look for intelligent life in the universe. Let us look for intelligent life on this planet first. So the Earth is the only place to motivate people. The only planet where you have coffee, chocolate, and sex. It's not going to be better anywhere. This is the best place. We need these radical perspectives to understand that the atmosphere is not or cannot be a landfill. If garbage is picked up at where you live, then of course you have to pay for waste disposal services. If you produce sewage water, it also has to be purified and you pay for it. Why do we feel that we are entitled to waste the atmosphere? We need a price urgently that compensates for the damage that we do to the atmosphere. And according to different calculations, and if you also extrapolate different elements and effects, it is significantly above 120 years. Some even claim it is at 600 years. These are political issues. A CO2 molecule, it doesn't matter where it comes from. A virus doesn't care whether you are an animal or human either. And the idea that health can only be understood globally was never mentioned in my study years. And this is why I'm looking forward to talking to students later. We have to include this into the curricula so that we act and think globally, because we have planetary boundaries on this earth. There was a great Netflix docu. I don't know if you have seen it. Watch it. It is done by Jörg Werkström, and he is one of the significant scientists at the Stockholm Institute for Resilience. And he now works in Potsdam. And he developed this idea in terms of where are the biggest killers to the planet Earth. The climate crisis, the nitrogen circle, everything that has to do with fertilizers, animal mass husbandry, and the loss of biodiversity. This is the biggest exceeding of planetary boundaries. Kim Grützmacher once said, she's a One Health expert, and I like quoting him. And I had this aha effect. He said, if the climate crisis is the fever of the Earth, then the dying of species is its dementia. Why dementia? The loss of nerve cells, the loss of memories, because any species existing on this planet, the memories, the creativity of millions of years of evolution is in there, and with each and every step we lose an understanding of how to survive on this planet. So it's not a matter for experts, it's a matter of the web of life. It's about our own survival. We cannot pollinate, we cannot disintegrate. We brutally depend on the diversity of species. We depend on biodiversity existing around and in us. We set up artificial boundaries between internal and external things. This is also one of the reasons why a few people, often very loudly, are afraid of being vaccinated. They think something is entering my body that should not enter my body. With every breath, you inhale bacteria and viruses that you don't want to inhale. Our immune system can cope with this. We also have many species living in us. You live in shared flats with more than bacteria than your own body produces cells. So we are basically the host for many bacteria and viruses. So we have to make sure that we don't do animal mass husbandry with antibiotics, because we kill our intestinal flora and we cannot digest the food anymore. So protecting species and biodiversity is not just about panda bears, it's much more complex. Jörg Scheffens also wrote a great book on this. You might know it. We behave like these golf players. Paradesh made this photo available. They still play golf although the forest is burning. I'm saying don't panic, but set priorities. The highest priority is and has to be the climate crisis. We have to preserve this planet. In 1972, we had the Club of Rome. We had Heumer von Ditfurth, who in 1978 forecast exactly what would happen in 2020. We had the best climate scientists with Exxon of all companies. Frank Schätzing, in his book, excellently dwelled on how criminally the academic sector was suppressed with wrong experts, with falsified expert reports, etc. So you could know what was happening if you wanted to. And we need different ways of presentation. These are the climate stripes. Red stands for heat, and it's getting hotter. Don't make it so complicated. The climate crisis is real and dangerous. We people are the root cause. We can make change happen. Experts agree, and there is hope. It's not more complicated. 5 sentences, 10 seconds. And everybody can back this, with the exception of right-wing populists. So the Earth has to be put into the intensive care unit. Listen to people. Listen to Fridays for Future. For me, Fridays for Future is a metaphor of the emperor's new clothes. So kids and teenagers say the emperor is naked. What did you believe? What did you think would be important? And people are the first to pay the price for polluted air. Where do they breathe or inhale air? At the level of a car exhaust. They breathe faster, they have smaller lungs, less volume in their lungs. And if we say, go out, breathe in fresh air, and then it's our job to make sure that the air is fresh. Just one example. More people die worldwide, 8.8 million, according to the WHO, of air pollution every year. Because of Corona, we lost 3 million people. But we never thought about imposing a lockdown because of these 8.8 million people dying. So what are our benchmarks? More people die of air pollution than of smoking, and we still have medical experts saying everybody is responsible for their own health. You have to change your behavior. No, we have to change the context because everything comes together in our bodies. Kids in the womb are already being affected. Particulate matter enters and penetrates the placenta, and that has an impact on the brain, on the organs of a fetus. And we know all this. Heat waves. And this is something that babies cannot really regulate. They die or can die from heat. And very important, of all the big 10 of the WHO, the big killers, the global burden of diseases, if you think about it, all are directly or indirectly connected to these three crises. It is pretty bleak, so let us think about some hope. We could have it nice is the subtitle of my book, because what we're doing now is not really smart. So I developed some chapters, inhaling, exhaling, drinking water, everything that we people do, in other words, because climate communication has been way too abstract for a long period of time. Polar bears, sea levels, pass per millions. So psychologically speaking, the message has always been, it is very far away, has nothing to do with you, and it's not that bad. Halesh says nicely, natural laws cannot be negotiated. Only because we have the Paris Climate Agreement did no CO2 molecule leave in the soil. They are all up there, and they laugh about what we think is efficient, like diplomacy. We increase our reduction goals, but also verbally, reduction goals. That doesn't sound sexy. I mean, you take something away. We need an image in terms of what we want to do, not just less, and reduce, because the Federal Constitutional Court rendered the respective sentence. So make it specific, make it human and visual. Catapult, really very nice image. Catapult is a very nice company from Greifswald, and they allowed me to use their graphics for my book. Subscribe to them on Insta. They do social science things and projects in a very innovative manner. So I can recommend it. So nature from the viewpoint of people, nature from the viewpoint of the nature, a colorful circle. The term Umwelt, that is environment in German, sounds unsexy. It sounds like the world around us is just for us. So do you have people surrounding you? Yes, you do. So there are these ideas where we want to go. For instance, in the SDGs of the United Nations, in Agenda 2030. I am an ambassador for the SDG Global Health for Minister Müller, the development ministry here in Germany, and I could not tell you all 17 SDGs by heart. These are all super things and goals, but what helped me was the following. It is about this structure, because if you define these SDGs as a pie diagram, then the basis is the biosphere, and everything that we want to achieve in the area of education, gender equality, and all the nice things that you can see there that are part of society. Now, if the foundation, water, land, animals, air, is not there, then we can forget about the rest. And Catherine Wilkinson at the German Sustainability Award event told me that one of the most efficacious things that you can do is education for women in Africa. I was thinking, what does this have to do with climate? Well, of course, we have a global population development, but currently the resource consumption per capita grows faster than the world population itself. And where people have the worst survival opportunities, most kids are born. So if women have a chance to determine about their own body, to know how you deliver kids, and if you don't want them, what to do. If they have professional alternatives, instead of being limited to the role of a mother, then many women would decide to have fewer children. And this is why we are talking about a demographic change here, but it will become obsolete. We old people will go at some point, and then we will have fewer people. It needs time and patience, but we have good chances to exceed the peak by the middle of the century. We always think everything becomes worse, but no, we could stay stable, and the key is education for women.
Girls often don't go to school anymore when they have their menstruation, if they have a brother that is being preferred. And it's so fascinating to think about how everything is interrelated. What is the role of diet? Who of you can chew themselves? So why do you need to have someone that stands between the cereals and yourself? So if I would be of a nomadic tribe, there's nothing to eat and there's something that grows that cannot be digested by people, it's fine. You do not need to have a purchaser. So 99% of the biomass in the rural areas were wild animals. Today it's only 1%. 2/3 would be our livestock, and they fart our planet to death. I'm sorry. So we are cutting down the rainforests to grow food for animals, which are absolutely inefficient. So what to do with all of this? Why do we have to send our food through ruminant animals? So, for example, it could be the legislation. If for every kilo of meat you buy at a supermarket, you get 1 kilo of the droppings of animals along with it, so that you see what this leads to. Then the sales clerk would say, well, the soil cannot absorb this. Maybe you can take a look in your basement. Do you have a corner for this organic waste? Do you want to have a lid on it and enjoy your barbecue? So we have to understand that people are not good or bad. We're social people and we act like the others. We have to change the social norms. Every mealworm that we eat is healthier than continuing with livestock, specifically eating beef. So what is missing here? This is a little riddle. There's a planetary health idea saying don't prohibit it, don't ban it, but maybe you can just have plant-based food. Jonathan Safran Foer wrote a wonderful book. I met him and he said the ideology drives people crazy. So either you're completely vegan or you're an evil person. But this will not help you to attain majorities. You can reach the maximum of people if you say, okay, maybe 2 meals without animal products and 1 you can eat what you want. And that is the way to motivate the middle of society. So if we're talking about renewables, this is always described as an engineering product that's framed in this way. So who has caused the problem with the birds? It's not the wind plants, it's not the people, the hunters, etc. And then all of a sudden, the rural people see that protecting the nature is against renewable energies. They use this as a pretext. It's bullshit. So the circulatory economy. When I went to Peter, I said, you know what, Peter, if we stay lying on the floor as we are for long enough, then we will be part of the tree again. So what are the children's songs that your grandparents sang to you? Which of these still makes sense in 2015? All of the birds are there. It's a German song. No. Or there is a rabbit sitting in the deep valley. No. But the one that works is The Cock is Dead and Goodbye Winter. These are the titles of 2 German songs. So we need to have an awareness. We need to know that many of the things we grew up with don't exist. And this is called stylistic. And this is grief about an environment that was lost. What about White Christmas? Where have they gone? Where would the majority of birds be? Michael Sukoff, he was a luminary in nature preservation from the German GDR. He's a real hero. He's a genius. And he said when he was a child, For his father in Brandenburg, he herded sheep, and he rode a little bird and recorded all of the different species of birds that he saw. And if he comes to where he grew up, he feels as if he has been displaced because only two of these birds are still there. Two types of birds. And instead of a conflict between generations, we have to create understanding between the generations. We have to listen to the old men and women because they know it used to be different, and to this we can attach the hope that it can become different again. And a road towards this would be to have a third of the geotopes, so a third of all of the oceans and land area would be under protection, so that we then have a protected area where species can regenerate again. Solstilgy. So you can encounter this with humor, saying that climate is like a beer. If it's warm, it's crap. So we need to create this longing. We need to leave the silo mentality and stop saying, no, it doesn't work. We need places where it works. I mean, if you bike around in Copenhagen once, says so much more than the word climate change. Why did I found the Healthy Earth Foundation? Whom do we trust? Politicians? No. The insurance company brokers? No. Advertising people? No. Journalists? No. So who is trusted most? It's firemen. It would be paramedics, it's nurses, physicians, pharmacists. So everyone close to people suffering. There is a legendary story. The Prime Minister of Australia wanted to shake hands with firemen in front of a burning forest. And the fireman said, at the end of it, you will not be able to find any forests anymore because it has to do with the climate change. Why was this so good? Well, because if you know that someone who has to take care of the crab, who has to put out the fire, will act differently than someone who is okay with setting up new carbon-fired plants. So healthcare professionals have this vocation because we want to protect lives. We ourselves sweat in our work, and that is why in 2019 I was in front of the Brandenburg Gate on stage together with Health for Future and the Alliance Against Climate Change. We had a rally in front of the German physicians meeting, and now it's on the agenda of the next meeting of physicians. So it happens quickly that you can put things on the agenda, and I want to encourage you. We are at a social tipping point. We are right in the midst of it, and it's up to the politicians to create the frame conditions. This is something I took last week with Teresa Krüger of Health for Future Aachen. I visited Gasweiler. So look into this crater once and you know what this is. It's a crime. It's a crime committed against the earth because everything what's missing here in this picture is above our heads. This would be CO2. And here we have Teresa as Mother Earth. This is an event because we talked about how can you show heat on a photo? Well, by emptying a bucket of water over your head. And we need for the next generation to understand that no one will stand 42 degrees centigrade. This is a medical emergency. And that is why now I would love to speak with the next generation, to talk to the next generation and another wise, not only white man, but wise man, Dieter Frey. Fernanda and Isabel, please join me on stage. So, yes, we can sit down and we will rearrange the stage. Isabel, you just completed your medical training, right? Yes, my second examination, and now I have completed that, graduated, and now starting September, I will start to study global health for a year. Well, in my times at medical school, global health was only about, I don't know, if you, for example, want to go through your training in a rainforest you need a vaccination. But that has changed. We don't have to travel to the pathogens, they come to us, right? Yeah, well, unfortunately, at my time in medical school, it didn't happen either. But there are so many student-driven initiatives. I'm part of them. There is Scandi, this is a globalization and health initiative, and we also organized a series of lectures during the winter semester, and you also held a presentation. And we had so many registrations, so this demonstrates there's a vast interest amongst the medical students and young people. The problem has something to do with the name of the initiative, because it's a student-driven initiative, which means that this originated from the energy and the motivation of the students and their commitment, because then in their free time they organized all of this, also the series of lectures. Now this has changed because Gandhi, or the DAGHD, has changed this. We had lots of position papers and symposia. So global health now is part of the curriculum if you want to study medicine. So this will become established and implemented in the upcoming years, but then it's more the next generation of physicians and that will be able to benefit from this. So everyone who already completed medical school and other healthcare professionals, unfortunately, were not able to enjoy this. Well, that's quite a lot of work ahead, but it seems as if it becomes easier and you see light shining at the end of the tunnel. So global is here, and health is also contagious. An example for this would be the vaccines. We had the COVAX initiative saying that if at some point in time, and this was a situation a year ago, if at some point in time there should be a vaccine, then of course it should be fairly distributed. And every country, first of all, should be able to completely vaccinate their healthcare professional. This is important for stability. What happened? There was a vaccine, and boom, all of a sudden, the rich countries said, we first, please. This is not only inhumane, it's also dumb, because now we see that all of the variants come back from the countries in which the virus spreads in an uncontrolled way. So physicians, for a long period of time, were on this career path. I have to learn so much. I cannot take a look at what's left and right. And if you get a place at the medical school, then it is your damn duty to look over and to think outside of the box. Yes, unfortunately, this was not really promoted at medical school, and I hope that this will change and improve, particularly for a generation 2, because we frequently demand this. But up to date, it's just what you say. So that people walk through medical school, don't look left and right. There's so much to learn, to study for. You don't really have time to look into these things, but many people still took time for these things. Those that are in the initiatives, they're also members of Health for Future, the Klug Initiative, etc. So these people manage to think out of the box and establish it. Yes, Anne's daughter is also part of this network, and because they met at the Summer of Purpose, something developed from that. The most important thing when it comes to events like this is to not only take a look at the event itself, but what happens in the breaks, for example. Fernanda Wolf-Metternich, I would like to welcome you. You are sustainability scientist. Now you work for Gesunde Erde, Gesunde Menschen, Healthy Earth, Healthy People. So what motivated you to not only commit your time to a worthy cause, but why did you say this needs full-time professionals? This is just what Isabel said. If you only work on a voluntary basis, at some point in time you lose your energy. You have to study for exams, etc. And there are phases where you do not have energy, and that's why you need specialist experts, the professionals who support this. I studied at Lüneburg, sustainability and international business management, and oftentimes people said, oh, well, now you switched over to the good side. But I think it's really important to know there is not evil and bad. Yeah, what is the good side? Well, that I moved from business to sustainability sciences. They thought I had switched over to the good side. But that's exactly the problem, this dichotomy. We have to go and walk on this path together and think in a more holistic way, politicians, civil society, and that is why more organizations like Healthy Earth and Healthy People are necessary to unite the different stakeholders and to also define what the differences are, but to find a way to address this. We don't have time to waste in infighting. We think in a way that economy is on a different meta level, but you have to see this in the context of nature, etc. pp. And this motivated me to work together with you now for 1.5 years. And something else that's important is this. During my university studies, we did a lot of thinking, but the healthcare aspect was totally missing. And this is such a new and important communication that this also has to be an integral part of other studies, economy, politics, arts, pedagogics, etc. And that's why we do this together. Well, thank you very much at this point in time that you also were so essential in ordering my thought chaos writing the book, and that you also manage my Instagram account. We're looking for someone who takes care of the communication. Fernanda's doing this right now. She's doing a super job. Please also subscribe to the Insta account.
Das kriegt ihr gar nicht mehr alles mit. Dieter,
Dieter, when you hear all of that, commitment, culture, professionalism, business, very often we think about all of that in cliche form as an opposite to ecology. I mean, what have you experienced as a leader? Because you have also trained leaders and coached leaders and did a lot in the field of organizational psychology. How can we get out of this either or? There's a sentence I love. It says, those who think that business is more important than health should try to count their money while holding their breath. Okay, I have to actually comment on your speech. First of all, thank you. We need exactly these stimulating contributions, even though I'm sometimes really desperate that not enough moves. But I'm really, really happy to see young people around us, and there are many organizations who try to bundle efforts. Now, back to your original question. What I'm still missing is the insight by scientists. And this is true for science and also for company. This is a psychological stress that is obviously not experienced to the extent necessary. So we need initiatives of persons and institutions, because a lot of people have not come to understand what we need to do. So we need to install a lot of pilot projects at the universities, the sustainable universities, sustainable schools, sustainable kindergartens, sustainable hospital, so that we have concrete examples and people see, okay, something is happening. Because very many people I know, they feel kind of powerless. They don't know what to do. And the vision is clear, of course. Your vision is clear. Healthy planet, healthy people. It's about actually making sure that our grandchildren can live on a healthy planet. And I'm also a social scientist, so I see that there is a vision. And we have a good actual analysis, and this should be actually spread and taught at all schools. But still there are elements in the human being, and many Nobel Prize laureates have described it. There's hedonism, the lust for power, there's the Kahneman's prospectus, there's the fear of realizing losses. People who always think about the status quo as if this was the only given situation that we have. So I don't see the priority. I don't see people are passionate enough. I see that with you, but I don't see that among business people. There's a lot of lip service that they're paying. So you have to actually be passionate. There has to be a psychological stress, because we are confronting a threat, and we have to emphasize that day in, day out. But still, the joy of life must not go. So we have to also live the fun in our lives. So whenever we implement our good intentions, like the New Year Eve, we shall do that in concrete terms. We have to think about a way of implementing our ideas, and then we also have to look at the counter arguments. What is actually inhibiting us? I don't feel like shedding my habits, of changing my lifestyle. And here, I'm as a sociologist, have to come in, because Popper says science is solving problems, and this is true also about life. And we are all problem solvers, like Professor Yunus. Hans, he comes up with a problem, and we are trying to find a proper solution to the problem. And this is one of these challenges that we have to tackle today and tomorrow. Peter Drucker once says there is a responsibility of each economist toward the government, towards the people, towards the individual. Unfortunately, this has not been widely understood. And I always have to say I have not been born to just complain, but very often I am desperate because there is just a few things that seems to be changing. Okay, and I think it's like a blind spot, and I wrote 2 chapters about this. This soul health, because it is under threat. We see the threat as something quite abstract, but after all we know, it has a lot to do with how our brain works. And if our brain's temperature is higher than body temperature, then the brain is suffering, and we forgot about it. We are highly vulnerable in terms of our cognitive skills. Okay, but I have to stress one thing more. I'm also an optimist, and I'm heading the Center of Leadership at the LMU University. So it's about leadership. If we can actually reach out to all the leaders and pass on this message day in, day out, and at the same time we saw the seed of joie de vivre, zest for life, vitality, then this goes together well and we can achieve things. But I do think that without restrictions we cannot go forward. So I have to change my consciousness. But that was clear when we introduced the safety belts. It took us 5 to 10 years to change our level of awareness and consciousness until a majority of people used the safety belt. And only when the proper law was introduced, their number rose to 95%. And so I see we cannot succeed without restrictions and laws. But this is not the only way, of course, to do it. Okay, this is something that the Greens always confronted with. People say, hey, you are only talking about prohibitions. And I talked to Klaus Töpfer, who was a Minister of the Environment, and he said, no, I mean, this is quite clear, because what we see here is the implementation of regulatory policy. And when we look at the Montreal Agreement, I mean, FCKW have to be prohibited everywhere in the world. So we don't say, no, we just have to reduce a few coolants and the refrigerators. No. We have to make sure that CFCs are made illegal. And so we succeeded in that. For instance, anesthesiologists, I mean, Christian Klug is one of the pioneers, they are using anesthesiology gas, which is detrimental to our climate. We never thought about changing that. We never thought about what's happening at the ICU. You give it to the patient, but I mean, this will not stay there. It is very much like the CFC. It's much more detrimental than we thought. And there's manufacturers, of course, and they have an interest in continuously producing that, but maybe we need something different. And so it's a little bit that we can change here. We need those pioneers, and then we can change our attitude. What I think is very exciting for the next round is you talked about psychological stress. Before we come to feel that the situation is serious, you don't take it seriously. And this is what I'm describing in the book as well. 2018 was the first hot summer that was so bad that I really used my basement to sleep. And when I was a child, I was looking forward to a hot summer. And now I started thinking in 2018, how do I go over the summer surviving it? We know heat makes depressive, makes you prone to error. There are more traffic accidents, there are more suicides, more hospitalizations in the psychiatry ward. But this is not in the public awareness. And therefore, my question is to you, what are you afraid of? Where is your psychological stress? I would like to hear from you what you don't want to happen. Oh, we still live under the conditions of a pandemic, especially the probability of zoonosis is increasing, and in the globalized world, more and more pandemics maybe we will see. And this is one of the most eminent fears. Okay, and the probability is rising because we actually make sure that wildlife is disappearing, because we need much more space. We consume it, and we hunt them, we eat them, we eat the wildlife. Why couldn't we just stop and make illegal the trading with in wild animals? Is a market like drugs and weapons? I mean, somebody buys that stuff, and so it's perfectly irrational. The trend continues. Okay, now over to you. What are you afraid of most? Oh, many things. Actually, I've got a couple of cousins in good childs. And I come from Lower Saxony. I mean, we never see much snow, but when I was small, we saw snow and we could at least take our sleigh and go down hills. And now this is something that is currently missing. We don't see snow anymore. It's hard for me to talk to my godchildren and tell them, look, we have got 4 different seasons. You don't feel that anymore. So something that for me was a great childhood, and my godchild and maybe my real child will not see that anymore. And it's such a pity. You cannot pass on this experience. You cannot show them how it was because it seems to be gone. And when you talk about psychological stress among leaders, I mean, my question is, do you see that in your workshops or when you talk to leaders? Where is their psychological stress? Because there are entrepreneurs who have become active. Maybe they are not enough. Maybe they're going on into small steps. What can we do? What do we have to do? Because we have to reach out to these leadership levels. Oh, yes, exactly. That's why I have become so active. I'm driven by that because if I don't do anything, who does something then? What I see, however, in the majority of entrepreneurs, it's like a farce. It's lip service. They talk about things, but the awareness is not there. They talk about profit, about efficiency, and so on and so forth. Of course, there are also counter movements, so it's definitely not a mainstream awareness that change is needed. So for me, the psychological stress is in that I am worried as a consequence of the heating up of the climate. Maybe we will have a bottleneck. We have a scarcity of water very soon. If we don't do anything, then nothing good happens. And this is driving me mad, makes me desperate. And it's also the indignation, which then again drives me to stay active. For me, the elephant in the room is the big question: where will people move to if places where they are staying right now are no longer inhabitable? And during the refugee crisis, we had 1.5 million refugees in Germany. And it's not the poorest of the poor that leave their countries, it's the poorest of the middle class. They would be very important for their own countries. And each one of us, if we don't have enough water and we cannot actually plant our products and we can no longer work in the open fields, we will actually really wage war about the last remaining fruitful plots in Europe. And this is also something that worries me. I don't have a feeling yet as to a potential solution. And therefore, I'm talking about global health, promoting healthcare systems on the spot, promoting educational service, and also to facilitate the transfer of technology. Like if we were to deliver solar technology and equipment to Australia, to Africa, to a lot of places, and we could maybe then replace these dirty power stations fired with coal. So how can we motivate leaders? And many of the leaders have come to listen to us. And I read a study which refers to Fernanda and Isabel. The most sensitive point of these alpha animals, if you will, these typical male managers, are their daughters. There is if you will, the sweet spot. If your own daughter asks you, do we really need that car? Do we really have to go there by plane? Do we need yet another car? Do we need this other cottage? And do we need to eat this steak? Have you ever made the experience that with the generation of your parents, maybe you can start a thinking process quite unexpectedly so that they start worrying and thinking?
Es ist immer so eine Sache, also es braucht nicht viel Intellekt und nicht viel Überzeugungskraft.
When it comes to the climate, you don't really need a lot of energy to show that it is a crisis, that it's difficult and that we have to do certain things. And once people are listening to you, it's not that difficult to change their mindset, or it's not that difficult for them to accept that it's necessary to deal with these things. Okay, but the leverage to really do this at the personal level, at the personal value level, has not yet been used sufficiently. Everybody listening and watching us should feel encouraged. I learned a lot from George Marshall. He dealt a lot with climate communication, and he lives in Oxford, and he created a think tank, and he also advised The Guardian. Stopped showing polar bears, started showing humans that have become active, change mindsets by providing specific examples of how it can work. What I've also learned from him is don't start moral debates, don't start to argue. We talked about meat consumption earlier or other things where people show resistance very immediately. I mean, listen to people, ask them for their values, and then from there you easily get to commonalities, and then you can figure out, okay, how do I talk to somebody who, for instance, is active in a church? How do I approach an entrepreneur? How do I talk to somebody who has a totally different leverage? To invite people is, I think, a huge chance that we have. And we shouldn't continue on this division path. Healthy earth, healthy people. That also refers to churches. And George says the majority of people globally is interested in spiritual and religious matters. One of the fastest growing groups are, for instance, evangelicals, who in the United States very often unite with climate denial people, and there are great people like Catherine Hayhope. She says, I use my Christianity as a climate scientist in order to break up these hard fronts. What are your experiences also in Germany in terms of the churches? You also worked at the Ecumenical Church Convention, didn't you? Yes, I did. In Germany, I am Protestant, you are as well. So we all want to protect creation. This is written in the Bible somewhere, but what does it mean? How does it translate to today's time? And at the Ecumenical Church Convention, we committed ourselves to fostering this topic, and we discussed this in the context of our Bible workshops there. And the movement is there, yes, but when it comes to churches, there's something very complex. There is the small community that is active here and there, and then from the top there is a paper, Laudatio Si, from the Catholic Church, or the Protestant Church issued a paper, but how does it trickle down? And how do you still preserve freedom and merge everything in the end? Churches do not only have Christians or other believers, but also in Germany, the Catholic Church owns a lot of property and land. So there are certain tendencies to include the environmental thought. This is of utmost importance, and it also has to become part of the mindset of church leaders. So we need to create awareness, in other words. That is absolutely crucial. But it's also very complex because everything is so big. But we are working on projects in order to translate this into specific elements. Let me come back to the topic of mindsets, because this is a huge challenge also for companies, for schools and universities. So the respective leaders have to share their mindset with their students or employees in the sense of what is your contribution? You are responsibility. We think of future generations. And I think this is what we have to fight for and discuss. We have to change the mindset. I'm a problem solver. I bear responsibility, also in the sense of Max Weber. It is also the ethics of responsibility, in other words. And together with Karl Popper, science is problem solving, we have to say we are problem solvers, and we have to communicate this to companies, schools, universities, and also to families. And of course, the churches, they could become pioneers in that. Well, churches, for instance, are one of the biggest employers in the healthcare sector. Caritas Diaconie, they have huge leverage because they are not for profit, or they shouldn't define themselves through profit, so they would have a chance to make change happen. Why do we still have cheap meat in the cafeterias of hospitals, of all these institutions? Many people don't cook themselves, they just eat what is presented to them. In Copenhagen, for instance, there was an agreement. 80% of canteens in schools and universities is organic food. This is a rule, and then the market changes. The market cannot do this alone. If in a nursing home in Germany you have a flat rate for food of €2, then you only get mashed potatoes. And then, of course, you have a deficiency of vitamins after a while. But Dieter, I have a question for you. I have understood one thing here. What is the fastest path to undermine, so to speak, institutions? Because when it comes to healthy earth, healthy people, I have experienced that they don't talk to each other. I talk to the health ministry, I talk to the development ministry, I talk to the foreign office. They all organize their own conferences because they understand that security risks are connected to this. Then we have the environmental ministry. They do heat measurements. Has nothing to do with urban planning though. But we have cities where we have heat islands, where you have 10 to 12 degrees more, and where people cannot live anymore because people didn't think about avoiding concrete and not using too much glass, etc. So the question is, how do we connect the different players and stakeholders? To Jonas, to Max Weber, and to Karl Popper, let me say the following. We have to start an initiative for all people and for all institutions in terms of what is your daily contribution to save this planet. So you have many flowers that need to flourish because of this reflection. It includes all companies, all institutions. So you say, this is our task. Everybody on a daily basis has to take initiatives in terms of contribute to saving the planet. Nothing that is being imposed on humans. No, people have to become problem solvers themselves. This would be one of my answers. So I define myself as a problem solver. In every family, in every school, this becomes a discussion. All right, so here's a challenge for everybody. But before I share the challenge, I would like to ask you for your hope. Where is your hope? Things that we have discussed today are extremely depressing, and it is time to act. This is a high noon talk here today. I mean, it is actually already after 12, almost too late. So, Isabel, how do you regenerate yourself? How do you make sure that your mental health is good, that you don't suffer from a burnout eventually? And yeah, how do you recharge your batteries? Because you're still very optimistic, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, this is a very huge topic in medicine, especially mental health. Sustainability also has to do with human resources. In the healthcare sector, for instance, the employees that are lagging behind or left behind, and suffer from burnouts. Good question. I mean, what helps me is inspiring discussions. People that I worked with in the voluntary sector had a huge drive and inspired me. And of course, there are better and worse experiences, but at the end of the day, it was the enthusiasts and the optimists, the makers that inspired me. Also, the Inspiring Science Gate like yesterday. I find this very inspiring, and I can see that something works and can be done. And if you fall and if you fail, get up and continue. Okay, what about you? Where do you get your energy from? Yeah, I totally agree with Isabel. We have to notice that we're not alone. We are not working on this subject alone, because there are so many people who are here, who are out there, who are all over the world that are contributing. And this is where I get my energy from. I'm also confident. I have heard today that Stefan Rahmstorff says that physically it's possible that we achieve the 1.5 degree goal. But we just have to act. We have to do it. Physically speaking, it's possible. And there is a drive here. I mean, we need to go out and reach more people. We have to change the mindset. And I'm asking myself, where are we? How far away are we from the tipping point so that the business sector and policymakers understand that we have to turn the lever? And in the end, the planet will regenerate, I think, I hope. It's about us. It's about us making sure that we can still live on this planet. If it was possible physically, then we would find the ways to do this. We don't start from scratch. It's good that we haven't just understood that it's urgent yesterday, but I mean, the facts are already on the table. Dieter, what encourages you? I'm picking up a term of Hans, the emotional encounters with people who radiate optimism and enthusiasm, like the three of you. 1, 2, 3 here. And I would also include myself when it comes to optimism in particular. And believing in the power of minorities. I think we are a minority, but the story of mankind is a story of minorities. And the story of inventions is also a story of minorities that are consistent. Work on it, be flexible in terms of your arguments, spread optimism, and gradually become an opinion leader. Convince others, never give up. And I think this is what makes me optimistic. But there's another saying. If you want to make God smile, then develop a specific plan. This is why I was an advocate of flowers being flourishing. Don't sit at a desk and say, do this or that. No, it is the bottom-up approach. Develop ideas yourself, like with Yunus, in terms of how you can solve the problems. Become a problem solver. Okay, in addition to this high noon talk, we will have a talk between you and me. We will make it available later because there are so many organizational and psychological things that you have experienced, and we would like to share them with everybody. You said that we require minorities. In social science, this is stunningly clearly defined because we only need 3 to 5% of people working for something, for nonviolent revolutions to succeed. I showed you the global climate strike picture earlier. 1.4 million people took to the streets in 2019. Globally, it was way more. So we were very close to this. And then we had friggin' Corona kicking in. But hopefully we will get there again. And if you had done the math, then it would have been enough that everybody who took to the streets in the context of the climate strike to take one more person with them, and then we would have reached the critical mass. So in other words, it's feasible. Having said that, in camera 6, which is on now, I would like to share a challenge now with you. So if we feel powerless and think, what can I change and do? I don't have any power. Then I'm asking myself, so where is the power? The power has to be somewhere. Somebody has to be powerful. If half of humans say, I don't have any power. So this challenge is the following. Who are you going to move? And the challenge is, while I'm talking, please think about somebody who is the most wealthy person in your environment. Not just in terms of money, but wealthy in terms of making change happen. Speaking of money, maybe you know somebody who has more money than you. Why don't you talk to this person and ask the person where they invest their money? In a bank? Do they invest in sustainable assets? Maybe your grandmother also made investments for you. If so, ask her where. And ask her if this is still connected to fossil fuels. One of the fastest tipping points that can be achieved is change financial flows. You can have regenerative electricity, you can have a sustainable bank account, and this happens overnight. Utopia.de here in Munich is also a great organization. They make great recommendations on their website. So who is wealthy and who can make change happen? Who has media power? Who can communicate topics to the public? Who can work at schools? Who can make change happen in the media, also in the educational sector? Who cooks? Who goes shopping? Just for yourself or for an institution? And what rules do you apply when you buy meat for yourself or for somebody else, for instance? Now, at a municipal level, at a federal level, at a political level, who in Europe can change things? And you attended school with somebody. The neighbor also attended school with somebody. Somebody is related to somebody or friends with somebody. Find out where is your access to somebody who has a little more power than you do. And I would like to thank Hans and his entire team and also Yunus, because they came up with this idea. Yunus said, if I want to know who is poorer in a village, go there, ask the people, and the people know who is poorer or poorest. And if you turn this idea around, then we will find the people who can change things quickly. The climate crisis is man-made, so only humans can change it and improve the world. Jane Goodall has to be mentioned before we close. She said people are the only ones who bid farewell. In the animal kingdom, nobody says goodbye. There are welcome rituals. So dogs, whatever, when they meet each other, they wag their tail, but nobody really says goodbye. They just separate. Why? Because they don't have this concept of future. They don't have this concept of we might see each other again in the future. So we humans are unique in the idea that we really think of futures. We can think about futures and derive from that what we find important and what we don't find important. This in turn means if we don't do it, nobody else is going to do it, and this is our job. And in 2021, we will be asked, what was important for you? What did you spend money and time for? Were you part of the problem or part of the solution? And I wish that if somebody asks this question, we will have good answers. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön.
countdown that started. Oh, oh, no, oh, it's on fire, that fire fall.
Ja, No Exodus und Madame Coco. Wunderbar.
A drum roll, please. Wonderful. Okay, so it's the 24th of June, full hour, full power, no sleep, and take one shower. Summer of Purpose clearly focuses on the purpose of our being. So this morning, I had a very, very interesting meeting or encounter with Benefit Corporation and the Bee Movement, which really truly is a movement with thousands of companies. And I think that this was very authentic, the meeting with Anne, and she told us what it means to be an intensive care physician. We had a great panel with Eckhart von Hirschhausen, and the explanation of what healthy earth and healthy people mean. But of course, the economic institutions are important in our times, and these are the wheel and woe of our global population and the community of beings on this world. How can we transform the financial flows, balance sheets? How can we cooperate? How do we assess and evaluate what we do together, and how will things move on from here? And in this case, and so as to be able to facilitate the next 2 hours in a proper way, I would now like to hand over to someone I trust, because as a facilitator, he has been accompanying us over the past years. He's not only a facilitator, but also a doer, a go-getter. So here, I'm very glad that Leo Nema will facilitate this. I would like to hand over to you, and the best of luck. Thank you very much, Hans.
Ahead of us. So Hans, I'm going to transition from German into English. So next 1.5 hours, 1 hour 45 minutes, going to be an intense session where we're going to talk about values, the transformation of businesses, the transformation of society in the end, because that all is interconnected. We're going to have a few impulses, and then we're going to have a big panel discussion on all of these big topics. And I would say let's directly jump into this. And for this, I would like to welcome our first guest, Christian Heller. He's with us virtually. He is the CEO of the Value Balancing Alliance. Christian, if you're here, warm welcome from Munich, and good to have you here on stage virtually.
Many, many thanks. I hope you can hear me well. Many, many thanks for organizing this big and timely event. I would love to be with you in Munich as of last year, but unfortunately in these digital times I was asked to be in Berlin, so therefore it's good to dial into Munich today. I was asked to give something like a speech where we are at this point in time. And you hear lots of buzzwords around transformation. We need to drive the economy into a totally different direction. And I think we are not anymore in the development. Systems around the SDGs, around climate, now around the whole corona aspects. This is, I think, where we are really looking into how we need to transform the economy. But as business representatives, and you see a few in the panel later on, this is a huge opportunity. So we should not just think about the challenges ahead and see everything negative. For businesses, if we are being innovative, if we are being entrepreneurial, this is a huge opportunity to drive change in the most positive way as we can think of. But next to this one, we need to think around what means value creation for businesses in the future. So we have been used over the last hundreds of years to steer our companies just along one indicator, which is profits. If you're looking beyond the westernized world, having a glimpse at Japan, the oldest companies in the world have been founded in Japan in the 9th century. And if you know a little bit the business culture in Japan, profits is something like a positive collateral damage. In Japan, the main purpose of businesses is to serve society, and in these times also to serve nature. And I think this is something what we need to take into account also for the global economy. But what does this mean when we are steering a business? Because so far, we have not been used in the end how to steer beyond just one KPI. Making a few examples. So currently, everything is around profits, and for stock-listed companies, how do we increase the dividends for our shareholders? But if we are now in the end building up new steering systems and taking climate aspects, taking biodiversity aspects, taking social imbalances into account, how do we manage potential trade-offs? If we are building now a site in China using coal energy or an alternative, what is the impact on the profits? And dealing with these different KPIs and potential trade-offs and conflicts is something where we need to test, where we need to learn, and where we need to find solutions, not even saying tools and methodologies, how we can cope with these challenges and the way ahead. But this is not just about business. This is not about just the business community and companies to change in the end their decision-making processes. This is really also about how do we change the overall economic system? Talking about financial markets, talking about, in the end, the political frameworks like tax systems, talking about reporting frameworks and standards, talking also about consumer behavior. We all need to change in the end to drive the system in a sustainable world. So what does this mean for business more concrete? And there's quite some development ongoing when we are talking about disclosure, reporting, and transparency. So what we should take into account as businesses is, first of all, and this is all around our investors, what is the enterprise value? And the enterprise value needs to go beyond just assets or the bank account. I'm looking at a company like SAP. Think about the whole human capital a company as SAP has in its portfolio. How should we value this one? I'm looking at PwC, for example. The value of the reputation. Similar goes for the Deutsche Bank, which you will hear later on. So how in the end do we value this, and what does this make with regard to the enterprise value? So we're talking about intangibles on the balance sheet. The second aspect, what we need to take into account beyond this, let's say, outside-in view, is what is the value a company is contributing to society? What is the business model providing to nature, environment, and the wider economy to drive change? Is it positive? Is it negative? How do we measure this? How do we value this? Are there incentives for companies to take this into account? Yes or no? And this is one of the areas where the Value Balancing Alliance is working on together with companies, together with universities, together with international organizations. How do we shape this overall, let's call it performance measurement systems? What is the value driver of a company? And how can we change the traditional rules if needed? But for this, coming back to the point I said, the necessary condition is that we are establishing methodologies, that we are testing methodologies within business which are feasible and can be implemented. But the sufficient condition for sure is that we are transforming the global level playing field. And this is one of the reasons why events like the Summer of Purpose are so important, that we are starting to talk to a variety of stakeholders, that we are building a global community to drive change. For business, this means directly talking to standard setters, talking to policymakers at global scale, but also informing our investors and informing our customers what is the real value what the company provides. And this goes far beyond just profits. And I'm fundamentally concerned that leading businesses are fundamentally supportive of frameworks like the SDGs, of targets around climate change like the net zero movement. The big question is going to be, how do we reach these targets? And here I think, and this is my personal conviction as well, we should build on the principles of a market economy. The market economy has provided so much wealth for us as a population. But what we need to take into account is the negative consequences. As long as we are not pricing in climate aspects, biodiversity aspects, social insecurities, markets will fail. And what the VBA is doing, bringing certain practitioners' knowledge into this pixel puzzle to think about how can we value the contribution of businesses to society, to nature, and to the wider economy, but also to rethink what is the overall value of an enterprise itself. And I'm looking forward to a broad discussion. You have great speakers around, and I'm really, really happy that we can have different perspective in the upcoming minutes. Many, many thanks.
Thank you very much, Christian Heller. This is your applause here from Munich. We will see you later for our wrap-up and the closing, so thanks a lot here for the first impulse. We do our second big transition from the digital world into the real world. Lea Reitmeier is with me here, your corporate responsibility expert as Deutsche Bank specialist. So the stage is all yours. We want to learn more on how to put values into action. Warm welcome, and yeah, come on stage.
Yes, thank you very much for that nice introduction. You've already learned a bit about the Value Balancing Alliance. I would like to take a slightly different angle and tell you more about it. So, first question to you. Who's walked through the English Garden here in Munich before? When I'm here in Munich, I'm actually happily taking any detours just to walk through there, to see the magnificent trees, to watch the birds, to see even small little ducklings play in the water. The other day, I've just seen one of those really endangered Verwunder's dogs. I googled them afterwards. There are only a couple of them left in Germany. But what do you think? If I went to the Bavarian administration now and asked them, how much is your park worth? What figure, what number would they tell me? Do you think they would value what the park means for me as a person, what the park means for the young couple enjoying their picnic under the tree, or that endangered duck seeking shelter under a tree? Currently, we run businesses based on financial profitability. But what about those other values? Shouldn't a sound ecosystem be part of how we define success, how we measure a company's value? Our environment is limited, It gives us the framework in which we operate in, and then the society is our target for which we do it for. But businesses are part of the solution. That's why total value incorporates more than we see on a balance sheet. This is nothing new. The shared value concept has been around for 10 years, planetary boundaries for even longer. And the triple bottom line? Well, that phrase was coined when I was born. Why am I telling you all this? Well, as I mentioned in the beginning, my employer, Deutsche Bank, presented a unique opportunity to me to be seconded to the Value Balancing Alliance, where I've been working for the last 2 years. Within the VBA, in short, our vision is to create a world where total value created is measured as robustly as financial value today. So the non-financials, like the habitat of an endangered species, my little ducks I saw, they can be measured and brought into a business context, so that a person who isn't a bird lover like I am can still understand it and grasp it. Businesses play a crucial role. They enable a sustainable and inclusive value creation. But when we are measured on short-term financial profits rather than holistic value creation, we need to strive for long-term thinking, inclusiveness. And to do that, we need to change the way how we measure and value company performance. That transforms how we manage our businesses. So you, the speakers in our panels, sometimes I am, faced with business decisions. Wouldn't it be good if we can base them more than at just financial profitability? We want to measure those impacts. That's why the Value Balancing Alliance was founded. So Christian told you a bit about who is the VBA. I want to go into a bit more detail here. So we're a non-profit alliance founded by multiple large international organizations. We're supported by the Big Four, Deloitte, EY, KPMG, and PwC. And we're working with partners, such as the Capitalist Coalition, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and the OECD. But we have an academic network to support us in our work. We are also nominated to the EU Platform on Sustainable Finance. What is our objective? Well, we want to develop a global impact measurement and valuation standard, so we can measure the positive and negative impacts of corporate activity on the society and on the environment. This can then be used for disclosure and business steering. So, how do we achieve this? Well, as I mentioned, we have an extensive network, but also we're building on existing frameworks, existing standards. So you might ask yourself, that's nothing new then. But what we bring into this development is we're testing our methodologies. We have the companies using them, giving us feedback on how to improve feasibility and applicability. And actually, that's why I'm here, because last year, Deutsche Bank also tested the methodology. Within the VBA, we shared our learnings, but we also shared our hurdles. We discussed how future improvements could look like. It was really inspiring to see how much experience and knowledge went into this development. Everyone grew together, and ultimately, every company successfully piloted. As a bank, we play a special role in the interface to capital markets. We help to understand our clients how investors see ESG. But we also support businesses in their transition to sustainability. We structure their finance accordingly. So for the financial market, comparability, robustness, and the standardized methodology is essential. We need a comprehensive data set in order to value corporate total value. But also, I think the practitioner's view is essential. And that's why we have the VBA member companies. Once the data requirements are meaningful, then they have an intrinsic motivation to go after them, and that will drive our data quality forward. So, coming back to my start. Now, imagine the Munich authority wants to measure the biodiversity of their park. Would they count the numbers of the ducks or the breed? Currently, we have reporting frameworks that tell you what to report, but none of them tell you how to measure it. So with our standardized methodology, the authorities can calculate the total value of their parks, and then ultimately compare it to Grüneburg Park in Frankfurt, or to New York Central Park. I would like to wrap up here as we have a really impressive panel waiting, but it just last few words from my side. An idea needs the power of a movement to spread, and our vision is built on cooperation. So I would encourage you all to join in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leanne. I'll see you soon back here on stage for our panel discussion. What we do now, before we jump into the discussion, we have a few more opening statements from our speakers. And I would like to welcome Lutz Roschka. He's the board member at the PwC Foundation. And when we spoke before, you mentioned that you're going to take this intergalactical perspective. I'm not sure if that was true, but I'm curious. So warm welcome here. If you can hear us well and you're ready, I would say the stage is all yours. Not yet.
Okay, so
now it sounds better, yes.
It's a miracle of technique. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be here and to have some opening remarks to you. Please bear in mind that in normal life I'm just a partner of PwC. So if it doesn't meet your expectations, please apologize. So for a long time, the business of business was just business, in particular in countries which followed a liberalistic pathway. But as Bob Dylan sings, the times, they are a-changing, and you better learn to swim or you'll sink like a stone. What's true for individual also applies to economic groupings like companies and what we call economy. The reason for this is not only alarming environmental signals like global warming, emissions, water scarcity, pollution, and ocean plastic, the loss of biodiversity, deforestation, and bad land protection. There are also social concerns like numerous asymmetries, demographic shifts, fair work conditions, gig economy, equal pay, equality and diversity, flexible workforce, and global mobility, endangered social achievements, safeguarding employees and customers, e.g. in data matters, land rights, to name just a few. On top of this cocktail, we can observe governance concerns like ethical behavior, alignment of ESG policy with tax strategy, tax morality, reporting and stakeholder communication, corruption and bribery, risk and opportunity, oversight disclosure, rising compliance requirements. This list shows that it is time to act, and these concerns need to be addressed. To add a little complexity, it should be borne in mind that these issues mentioned are interrelated and interdependent, as well as we are all part of one global ecosystem, which we have to respect and to care about as it forms the basis of our lives and our living. If tipping points of constitutional and constituting elements of the ecosystems are exceeded, there is no chance to repair. Now the art and the big challenge of the 21st century is that the solutions to these challenges cannot be found and implemented all alone and in isolation. Global issues require global and multilateral responses. It is about finding the right equilibrium, the right balance between the four dimensions of the magic quadrant. So I extended a bit the triple bottom line. in seeing ecology, society, technology, and economic respective governance. An overemphasis of one dimension can have devastating effects on the others. Meanwhile, it should be common sense that an unlimited exploitation and consumption of natural resources is not an option to ensure the future of human race. However, the search of solutions cannot be done by economy alone, nor cannot put the burden on the shoulders of economy only. We need a continuing multilateral effort worldwide through value-driven dialogues, recoupling, and developing a new social contract by acting in a more bee-like than in a wolf pack behavior. Furthermore, we will need a shift in the way how people are included in this transformation, how they are picked up as employees, consumers, investors. We have to overcome attitudes that have been in the past the major obstacle in establishing sustainability in society and in the economy. Behavioral patterns like fear of change. If climate change really exists, I need to radically change my lifestyle. We need to radically change our economy. Or guilt. If I admit to myself that these problems really exist, I'm guilty, and I have to admit to myself that I have damaged the future of my children. Therefore, we need to change the way sustainability has been established in companies and societies by attitudes like accept that there are problems that need to be solved and that it can be humanly enriching to solve them. Perceiving less of a compulsion to change something and someone, but rather enjoying the freedom of being able to improve something. And we need to become smarter in complex problem solving through a solution-centric approach, asking the right questions to frame the problem, to explore the possible solutions as broadly as possible, and to decide on the solutions to follow. One possible question to start reframing could be, in which world do we want to live? Can we continue with an anthropocentric world picture? Or do we have to build back better and broader, as the World Economic Forum frames it? Solution must be developed for the macro, meso, and micro level of economy. E.g., why not redefining a gross domestic product as relevant metrics for economic growth? For me, there's no reason not to deduct the exploitation of resources from the annual growth rate, or to reduce the set of metrics for ESG-related reporting, as we can now see with the Integrated Reporting Initiative and the SASB ratings, or to describe services and products in the light of social utility, or use truly transparent consumer information about ESG footprint of products. That may have mind-changing effects. But not only from a value and resource-driven point of view, such collaborative approach will pay out. E.g., in the farmer's fable, developed by London Institute of Mathematics, shows that mid to long-term cooperation achieves better results than individual optimization, and that's by mathematics only, without any values. We have an opportunity to change our course and achieve more positive future. This will require immense effort among a broad range of government, business, and community groups. I'm sure economy is ready for that. None of these groups can solve these problems unilaterally. The solution will require an extensive engagement among all. The answers are not clear, but there are some observations that we believe can help to find and form the way forward. These are just a few thoughts on how to get from ego to eco, from egonomy to economy, but we must come to more action quickly. Time is of the essence, and I thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, and we're going back to back, and our next speaker is Luka Mucic. He's Chief Financial Officer at SAP. And warm welcome, and if you're ready and can hear us well, greetings from Munich. The stage is all yours. Not yet. Mr. Mucic, can you hear us? No? You cannot hear us?
No.
Now you can hear us. Okay, now it's better. So, I said warm welcome from Munich. Good to have you with us on the digital stage. If you're ready, I would say the stage is all yours for the opening statement.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And I today want to be a brief but optimistic voice, even though that's sometimes unnatural for a CFO. You're calling this day a day of common interest, and I think it's fair to say and to assume that probably everybody watching us is a fan of sustainability and is a believer. The good news is that we have tailwind in our sales, and that I clearly see in the broader economy a trend that is playing in our favor. When we started at SAP more than a decade ago, our own sustainability initiatives were putting together our first integrated report and were starting to embed holistic steering methodologies across the company. For many companies that I talked to, sustainability was still an afterthought. Later on, I think it became a necessary evil to set up a sustainability strategy and invest in sustainability and or CSR team. Nowadays, every colleague that I talk to is seeing a strong approach towards sustainability as part of an integrated corporate strategy, as part of a license to operate. And more of my peers truly start to recognize that it can actually translate into a competitive advantage and competitive differentiation, because it will impact the long-term profitability in a positive way, and also consumer preferences in a very substantial way already today. So this is good news. We have fertile grounds on which we can further expand and operate on. For SAP, we have been since many years focusing on a dual role in terms of fostering the value of holistic steering and a holistic management approach towards sustainability objectives, both as an enabler as well as an exemplar. As I said, as an enabler, we have since many years implemented financial and non-financial steering metrics across our internal operations, but also our external reporting. We've worked hard on correlating our performance across those dimensions and translating them into a common currency, so that we have a common ground to weigh against each other in order to decide on investment strategies and priorities. As an exemplar, this certainly has been widely received in the external markets, and we have been for many years a leader in our industry in many of the typical sustainability indices. But even more importantly, we see now that as an enabler through our solution portfolio in terms of enabling circular economy processes, achieving visibility into the carbon footprint of our customers, making sure that we can provide processes that are scalable to ensure that our customers can root out inequality and socially inappropriate practices across their extended supply chain, that those solutions are now of wide interest. We just recently completed our Sapphire Customer Conference, where we had an unprecedented amount of very direct and strategic conversations with customers of all sizes and industries around the adoption of those solutions. So I clearly can see that we have, I would say, completed a decade of fostering a broader understanding into not only the necessity but also the potential of integrating holistic steering concepts into the company steering mechanisms and architectures. Now, the next decade needs to be one of execution. Very, very clearly, we are running out of time. I won't cite Bob Dylan. I'll go back even further in time to the old Romans, dum tempus habemus operemur bonum. So while we still have the time, we should do something good. And that's exactly what we now need to accomplish in practice. And that brings me to the key priorities that I truly believe we have to all support enterprises to adopt, and enterprises need to challenge themselves to be really thoughtful and have the required depth to implement them. One is to make sure that there is truly a holistic steering model, not only for high-level external reporting purposes, but for the true company management, the true detailed controlling and steering processes across the company that is grounded in a holistic view on the environmental, social, and economic performance of an enterprise, and connecting this towards a common currency that is long-term value creation oriented. This is easier said than done because today's steering methodologies, not even talking about systems and processes, are obviously deeply ingrained, and there is limited experience among companies around best practices and kind of pragmatic and feasible methodologies to implement these new steering mechanisms in the corporate reality. That's why we have been extremely pleased and happy to join the Value Balancing Alliance to together with other like-minded and front-running companies work on such a practicable methodology, pilot it out, and then make it really available not only to regulators and kind of political levels, but most importantly to companies in order to foster a practical implementation. Because we have to get to the point that we're not only measuring sustainability performance in order to report on it, but actually in order to steer business behavior at a detailed level. And the second challenge that I absolutely believe is paramount for us is that we need to provide businesses at a global scale a standardized reference frame for how to stack up the performance against peers, against other industry leaders in other industries in a uniform manner. At the moment, one of the biggest inhibitors from my perspective towards really adopting holistic steering inside the companies is the growing frustration with the proliferation of different standards, of different implementation requirements. You all know the 3-letter or 4-letter acronyms, TCFD, GRI, SASB, DRS20 in Germany, and the list goes on and on and on. We absolutely have to be a voice towards standardization and convergence, towards a globally applicable, or at least in Europe, holistically applicable standard that is actually operable for companies. Because if we have that, then we can marry up the concepts of external reporting with what really makes sense from an internal steering. And that's the only way, in my conviction, to make sure that it's becoming part of a corporate culture of companies and not only something which is part of a superficial reporting process that is put in place to document things. We don't need documentation primarily, we need action. And if we focus on those two priorities, I believe we will see a lot of action among corporates in the next decade, because simply the recognition is increasing that it's helping them to be more competitive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the many impulses. And I'll also see you back here for the panel discussion in a few minutes. And the decade of action, you mentioned it, to some action on stage. My pleasure to welcome Peter Schwarzenbauer. Peter, you're a former member of the Board of Management at BMW Group. That's where we had the pleasure to work together already. You're now a member of the Supervisory Board here at Unternehmertum. Good to have you back on stage and good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thank you very much. I think I would like to bring a different perspective to the discussion. And this is a little bit about why don't we get more people behind the thinking we are discussing here. And I would, to make it a simplistic way, I would like to separate the society now in 3 different pockets. You have one pocket who is totally convinced that we need to change, that we need to have a positive transformation in the economy and the society everywhere. And then you have a second pocket, which is I would call them standing on the fence. They look at it, they somehow feel, yeah, maybe I should support it a little bit more, but they are still not behind the cause. And then you have a third pocket, which are the total denier, which are against everything, and we should keep everything as it is, and the world is perfect. And I am asking always myself, how could we get at least to the ones which are on the fence? Because we all can go now to many of these events, talk to many of our circles, and you preach to the conviction already. I mean, they believe already everything. So how do we get with other people? And I can tell you only from my experience now within a big corporation, when we discussed about necessary transformation at the BMW Group, a big corporation is like society, so there's no difference. I mean, BMW has 130,000 employees, so you have everything in the company. And at the end of the day, by having endless discussions with everybody in the company, I came to the simple conclusion: the only thing what is holding people back is fear. Is individual fear. What does this discussion mean to me personally? And I think we need to take this quite seriously, because I think it's completely understandable. Give you an example of a BMW Group again. There are 12,000 employees working in factories, building and assembling combustion engines. 12,000. So their livelihood, of their families, of their surroundings, depend on this job. And this is what they learned to do. They don't know anything else. They don't want to know anything else. This is their life. And now they hear our discussions. We need to transform completely. Everything will be emission-free. We don't need combustion engines anymore. Even in the inside, if they understand the necessity, there is, of course, a huge blocking inside, because what does this mean for me? And this is what I think is coming short in the public discussion. We are hearing, and now our politicians here in Germany, because of the elections, are talking every day about it. Transformation, regulations, new laws we need. This has to change. People feel fear. And the only reason because they feel fear is because we never discuss where does this all lead to. How does our world look like when we went through this transformation? No? And the transformation, by the way, is not coming. We are in the middle of it already. But where does it lead? How does a Europe look like? How does a Germany look like? How does a BMW Group look like? How does my personal household look like if this transformation is over? And that's something we need to discuss more if we want to get people which are on the fence into this movement, which is definitely necessary, because at the end of the day, thanks God, we live in a democracy and we need majorities to make positive changes. So I encourage you in your environment, start to discuss more, where does this all lead towards? Because this is something positive. I think at the end of the day, we will see that our world, our surroundings will get much better than we have it today. But we don't talk about it. We just talk about a difficult and stony way towards it, but not where are we going really. So please try to have a bigger discussion around this topic. How can it look like in the future? Thank you.
That's for sure also something that we're going to pick up about the positive future scenarios. Our next impulse, Dr. Andreas Rickert. Andreas is an impact investor. He's the CEO of Fineo, so he's involved in this field for quite some time. Warm welcome here from Munich as well. I hope you can hear us, and if so, then the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. I do hear you, and thank you very much for having me. And as you just said, indeed, I'm in the impact arena for quite some time now, since 12 years. And it's really growing. And I also see this conference as a good indicator that really sustainability and impact is becoming mainstream. And that's great, because it's really needed. I mean, we also heard also from the others that there is a urgency. So we are surrounded by all these challenges. We are surrounded by climate change, inequality, plastic, and can go on forever. So all summarized very nicely, so to say, in the SDGs. So there are a lot of challenges, but I'm quite confident that we can tackle those. And that's due to the fact that I'm per se an optimistic person, but I see that there are a lot of indicators, a lot of things moving in the right direction. And to tackle those issues, and not only to see the SDGs as challenges, but also to see them as opportunities, we need basically three different things. So first of all, and this is also resonating what we just heard, we need values. So we need a common understanding what our society needs, what is the vision of society. So the common sense that we need a tolerant, sustainable, open, plural, democratic society. So I see, and also in Germany currently, the elections are coming up, that we are really moving in that kind of world. So this is the first part. So we need the values as a starting point. Secondly, and it's good to see that we have all these representatives from the corporates and from the business world, we need solutions, we need innovation. And I'm quite confident that we find solutions for all the different issues we are facing, because we have a lot of power and ideas how we could tackle them. And thirdly, we need resources, not only ideas and people, but also resources financially to really finance those issues. And just to give you one number, so if we see the SDGs, we can calculate that we probably need roughly 2.5 trillion US dollars annually to really work towards them. So how can we finance that? How can we fill this gap? And if you hear that number, it becomes quite obvious that philanthropy is definitely not enough. We need philanthropy because in some cases we cannot build a business model on a solution. So for that you need philanthropy. We also need a strong state and multinational organizations, because in some cases you just need, for the scaling, also for the way how you do that, the state. But again, also state won't have the power and the financial resources to really substantially and with a long perspective tackle the issues we are facing. So that leads to the situation that we have to mobilize the capital market. And this is impact investing. So just regarding the definition, and we have heard a lot about sustainable finance, ESG, and also the acronyms which were also just mentioned just recently. So just per definition, so when we talk about sustainable finance, ESG finance, then it's mainly trying to avoid harm. And impact investing is turning everything into the positive field. So with impact investing, you are trying to invest with two intentions. One thing is, yes, to have also a financial return, because we are not talking about philanthropy, and we are talking about a positive impact, and which can be measured. This is what impact investing is. And that means that basically to the investment strategy, we are just adding a third dimension. So it's not only risk and return, it's also impact. And within this universe, you can choose what kind of impact investor you are, what kind of investment class you would like to invest into. But I do see that there is really a lot of momentum, and that is really picking up pace, the impact investing arena from different perspectives. And the first thing is, it starts with the opportunities. So when impact investing started roughly 10 years ago, it was mainly startup financing and private equity. And yes, there is still venture capital, and it's an important part. But only to invest into social businesses, which are growing over time, won't be enough. So we also have to invest into big corporates, and they have to lead the transformation into a sustainable economy. And we just heard good examples for that. We also see that moving into other asset classes. So real estate, real assets are really becoming targets for impact investing. So we basically see impact investing is possible along all the different asset classes. On the other side, we see that the categories of impact investing is becoming more diverse. So at the beginning, it was mainly done by high net worth individuals and family offices. And yes, they are in some cases still the leading source for impact investments, but we also see that's now moving into other areas. So one example is that institutional investors are picking up impact investing. They want to invest from the pension funds, actually the Nordics were also leading the way in that case, into impact investing opportunities. And I also see that's coming now into the retail area. So it will be possible via crowdfunding, but also other instruments so that basically everybody from a democratic perspective can do impact investing. So that means we not only have on the one side all the different investment opportunities across all asset classes, but we have also investment categories on the investor side. And now the last part which is missing is, so who is setting the regulatory frame, who is setting up the standards? And this is also what the current discussion is about. So yes, the political arena is picking up the topic, and we see that there's a Green Deal, we see that we have a new taxonomy, we see that we have Article 8 investment classification on the European level, so that's great. We also see that we have standards regarding the reporting, and we have a good example here with the Value Balancing Alliance. There are other frameworks which are becoming the standard. I just would like to mention one, which is the Impact Measurement Project, which is a framework for impact investing. So in total, you can see that really impact investing is becoming mainstream. So we have the values for that, we have the investment opportunities, we have the capital, and we have the regulatory framework. And so that's why I'm really quite optimistic that we can tackle the issues, that we are moving into a very sustainable future. And so welcome to the impact age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the positive statement. Let's see and discuss this further. Also the aspect of the mainstream. I think this will be quite interesting. We have one more impulse to go. Tamara Dietel. Tamara, warm welcome here. You're a journalist, you're a business coach, you have many different hats on. We do one transition as well. You asked me for this. You want to do the statement in German?
Just the statement in German. And
the heated discussion, we do it in English.
Yes.
Okay, warm welcome. Good to have you on board.
Thank you. Ja. Nochmal von mir auch ein herzliches.
I also would like to issue a warm welcome. I'm an executive coach for leaders, and I'm also a journalist, but here I stand in my role as a consultant for top managers, and that is why I would like to focus on those who at the end of the day have to implement everything we heard about today. With a quote from Friedrich Malik, and I worked for him for some time, and because we have learned ovation here during the Summer of Purpose, I have learned a lot from him. But above all, what I have learned is that for some time we are in the so-called Major Transformation 21. Professor Marlik, at the end of the last century, has already recognized and said that this transformation will transform everything fundamentally. That is what we humans do, how we do it, and why we do it. And this will lead to a situation in which, at the end of the day, what will also change is who we are as humans. And this consciousness, knowing that this is a fundamental transformation, is what I try to evoke and waken up in my work, and to make people conscious of the fact that that is the case. And then I always ask my clients the following question. Eckhard von Hirschhausen also talked about this earlier. Do you want to be part of the problem or part of the solution? And for this transformation, in my view, leadership, and not only leadership in the companies and an economy, but leading across all areas of society would be of pivotal importance. This is also something that Dieter Frey made very clear 2 days ago. Leadership currently is still the problem. and also the communication, as Dieter Frey said. And we finally have to see to it that leadership in this country, be it political, be it economic, be it in the administrations, turns into part of the solution. The problem of this is, and Dieter also talked about this morning talking to Eckhart, is that this is incredibly hard work. And this is something that sometimes demotivates me. So if I notice that at the point at which things become really important for the leadership, for the top management, where there are very few people and they are so lonely up there, it's so difficult for them to do this work. And I'm not saying this in a pompous way. I'm very serious about this. We are in a unique situation looking back at the history, and I can explain. 3 drivers, or rather many drivers, have led us into the situation, but these are 3 main drivers, key drivers. One, and we heard about this a lot, would be the climate crisis, which basically we are aware of for several decades. The Club of Rome began in the 1970s, so actually the real truth of the matter is this is nothing new. And this links back to what Eckhart Hirschhausen said. Unfortunately, it only trickles into the consciousness of people. It's late, but not too late. So climate crisis is one main driver. The second driver, in my opinion, would be the collapse of the political world order. So the division of the world into West and East as we knew it since the mid of the last decade. And in parallel with these 2 developments, so climate crisis and the collapse of the old stable world order, it's the digitalization. I believe that, and I mean there were some who already saw this, but some thought at the beginning that digitalization is kind of a technological development. And as always in the history of humankind, technological developments promoted evolution, drove evolution. So it's not really new that technology changes us as humans and humankind. It's a principle of evolution, if you will. However, this digitalization did 2 things, led to 2 things that are meaningful to us because they change us in a way as we have never changed before looking at the entire history. So the technical possibility of networking, everyone can be linked to everyone and at every point in time. So something like this has never existed in the history of humankind. The next thing, and this is decisive, is this. These developments are characterized by their very speedy pace, or worded in a different way, earlier technological developments have evolved over the course of many generations, but this specific development happens within only 1 generation, which is our generation. Dear Peter, dear Hans, etc. No, Hans always asks, well, when were you born? But, you know, everyone who was born more or less in the 1960s grew up in a completely analog world, were influenced by this. I learned my journalist trade using a actual typewriter, and nowadays I just carry around a little device the size in my pant pockets, and this would connect me up and give me access to the entire knowledge of the world. So the exponential explosion of this technology, together with the huge uncertainty that came about by a shift in our political world order, and on top of it, or at the bottom of it, whatever way you want to see it, the climate crisis leads to a situation in which the people who carry responsibility for shaping the future, leadership, so extremely exhausting. And that is why I believe that it is so extremely important that you support exactly these people also regarding their personal development, because without inner work, they will not be able to cope with what's going on in the world outside, because then they would start to shape the future themselves. And if we talk about the companies, and my successor said the same right now when talking, business of business is business. That is over. The economy is society. And this is something that every leader has to be aware of, particularly in their enterprising and what they're doing, they are also co-shaping the society. And that is why I think all of the economic leaders are political people, and they have to admit it and stand by this. And this also links back to the initiatives that we see with the value-based analysis, that it's more than business. I looked this up, thinking of learnovation, what we learn, how we learn, and how the leaders learn, and what it is about next to their MBA university studies and everything else they do, so as to learn the ropes of business trade. And I came across the learning model of the 4 Ks. This is from the US. Who has heard of this model? Who's aware of this? Okay. Well, then I urgently recommend to use one of the little devices that connect us up with the entire world to do the research and to Google this and to research what the 4 Ks are about. This is an educational model, a learning model for the 21st century. First of all, it's focused on education and school education, but I think it can be applied to everything. The 4 Ks of learning for the 21st century are creativity, communication, cooperation, and critical thinking. So in English, it would be the 4 Cs. And the 4 Cs also summarize something that we consultants call soft skills. And now I would like to seize the opportunity to make a call, particularly thinking of leaders. And I mean, I have a background in language as a journalist, but that the term of soft skills should be really trashed, and in the future we need these 4 Cs as strong skills, because I think that then leaders can also be part of the solution and no longer part of the problem.
Vielen Dank, Tamara.
Thank you very much, Tamara.
Back on stage. Peter, you want to join us? And Lea, please join us as well for our panel discussion. And on the big screens, we have our panelists in the virtual world to join us. We will see them here on screen and over there. Lots of different impulses. So first of all, thanks for this. I think there's a lot also for us to digest. And I would like to split our discussion that we have now into 2 big parts. I mean, we talk a lot about businesses, of course, but then we talk about the bigger systems around this, whether that's politics, society, and every aspect from our environment. Maybe we focus on the business part, and there also, Mr. Mucic, I want to start with you. One thing that we have to talk about is the incentives. How do we incentivize companies, businesses to change? And is this something that is changing right now in the incentive schemes?
Yeah, I would say it starts through a lot of external attention at the top of the companies. I'm seeing a clear trend that sustainability-related criteria more and more find their way in executive compensation structures. At SAP, for example, we had focused KPIs on our environmental and social performance for a number of years as part of the so-called discretionary KPI that our supervisory board applied to us as executive board members. Now, since 2 years, we have actually hard quantitative metrics that are just simply then calculated according to a formula and applied as a portion of our executive variable compensation. I'm serving on the supervisory board and on the compensation committee of Heidelberg Cement, for example, which obviously is operating in an industry where in particular the CO2 challenge is of tremendous importance. And they have just recently rolled out a plan not only to executive and top management, but actually to everybody who is subject to variable compensation plans across the company, where they can only earn their target bonus if they actually deliver against their sustainability targets and CO2 reduction targets that they're setting in line with their long-term objectives. So clearly something is happening here, but I think we need to go further. Certainly we need to, and I come back to the topic of holistic steering, I think we need to make sure that holistic and sustainable sustainable value creation is really permeated through all the levels of the company. And that requires a holistic target and objective setting framework that frankly in most companies I think is just simply not there yet. We need to come to the situation where also practical daily decisions, the decisions of individual managers around investment preferences and alternatives, like Christian has said in his remarks, the decision between opening a coal power plant or a more sustainable power plant somewhere in an individual country, whether those decisions are actually subject to a uniform value framework and impact valuation framework so that it steers decision making at all the levels. I think we still have our way to go in this respect, but the pressure that will start to trickle down from the top to the bottom, I think will make this a logical consequence. So we are on a journey here, and I'm quite positive that over the next couple of years we will see that also as a more profound to the bottom approach that we will see applied in more and more companies.
And that's also what you mentioned before when the question of license to operate comes into play. Peter, that's a topic that we love to talk about. Does it need to go way beyond just the hard KPIs as we just heard? And how do we make that transition happen, also from your experience there?
I think that I agree that in most companies you have this kind of goals now already established. I think the key question is, how hard are they? Come to the soft or hard goals. And I think the real question is always, if I overachieve my financial target, but I didn't quite get to my sustainable targets, do I get penalized? And the honest answer is probably not, because I overachieved my financial. So I think this is, we are still on this journey towards this situation where a sustainable goal is as hard as a financial goal, but I think there's still a long way to go in German corporations.
And one thing that you mentioned before, the three categories of society, the ones that acknowledge that we need to change, the ones you call them on the fence, and the deniers, is that also something still true in the business world? Because also what we heard from Mr. Mucic, you were quite positive that sustainability is now high on the agenda, but is there still that distinction?
Yeah, I think, as I said before, a big corporation is a mirror of society. So you have people who are totally convinced. I always would say in the BMW group, probably 50% of the company would say, yes, we need to change dramatically. But 50% said, no, don't do it. Our system is working perfectly. So yeah, it's the same in big corporations like in a discussion in a society.
And even if they are successful, the success offers the killer, because they see no need to change anything.
So change then can come in from the KPIs that are somehow also leadership decision by leadership itself. The young generation, we're not in the 60s, we can say, Lea, and you and I. Question is, how much can...
That's discrimination.
That was a fact, hard KPI. Question is there also, how much do young generations drive this change? Is this something that you also observe at Deutsche Bank and other big companies and businesses out there?
Yes, definitely. I think what I want personally is that companies act, and I can see how hard it is. As you mentioned, leaders need a lot of power, they need braveness in order to steer their company, to turn it around, to say, okay, we try this, we have a new approach, let's go for it. And I'm hoping that we as the young generation bring in a little bit of go, so we want to support. We want to be part of the solution and support the leaders of the companies today. But I think it is crucial that we are acting. Yesterday, in preparation for today, I was reading the news, and I read about the just draft IPPC report. And it is crushing. We don't have much time, and I think we all need to come together to be the solution.
And then maybe Andreas, over to you. One thing that we talked about, so when we come back to the hard KPIs and the different frameworks, something that you have mentioned, Mr. Mucic has mentioned, the standardization. So how are we really advancing with these metrics, implementing them? Does this really work? Where do you see the big challenges there?
Yeah, we need standardization. That's clear, because otherwise we invest too much time in reinventing the wheel over and over again. And secondly, and we heard that also before, it's not easy to do benchmarking, and then we not have the same regulatory frameworks for all the different players on the market. So that's why we need it. Nevertheless, and I come to in a second what the developments are there, nevertheless, we should be very careful not to just focus on the measurement, and we heard that also before. So if we really would like to see companies transforming into companies contributing to solving issues globally, then it's in the first phase a matter of mindset. So we have to have the mindset that we really would like to be contributing positively. And then secondly, it's a matter of strategy. So if we are really keen on using our resources, the company, etc., as being part of the solution, at the same time also being successfully on the way, then we have to integrate it in the strategy. And so that's on the C level important, but also triggers down to all the different other levels within the company. And once we have reached that, then we are in the final phase, and then we are talking about reporting, measuring, etc. In some cases, I see that the sequence is the wrong way. So they are just focusing on reporting, and then they never reach the point of having a strategic plan, and they not even hire the right people with the right mindset. So that's why I'm so keen on starting from the mindset, strategy, reporting. And yes, we also need reporting, and here do see, even though it's still a quite diverse ecosystem out there, I do see that they have some movements. As you know, I'm focusing not on ESG, I'm focusing on impact investing, which is even sometimes more complicated to really capture what is the positive impact. In particular, we're not just focusing on environmental issues, but also on social issues, and also taking into account that sometimes we have conflicts of interest between different goals we want to reach, but nevertheless, we see that there are standards, and I mentioned that before. There is one initiative, and also, for example, Deutsche Bank and others around the table have been involved in developing that. That's the impact measurement approach. So here we have a framework we are applying, which is mainly coming from the investor side, and then we building on that benchmarks, because we are always measuring the same KPIs, and building on that, at some point we will also come up with a few key KPIs, which then also can guide the right investments. But we have to be honest, this market is evolving, so we don't have a standard system yet, but it's evolving, and here we're talking about collaboration, partnerships, alliance. We have to have all stakeholders around the table, the regulatory players we have to have, and not only from one region or one nation, so globally, we have to have the industry and we have the investors. But then I'm quite confident that we also reach the right frameworks.
When you mentioned the mindset that needs to be the starting point, it sounds a little bit like that intrinsic motivation that a company needs to have, the internal point of view. Do we need more from external impulses? And there, maybe when you think of businesses, of course, finance plays a fundamental role. You mentioned the investors. Mr. Mucic, over to you, like the financial market, is that a driver for change, or is that a powerful force that is kind of giving us a little bit of headwind?
It's a bit of everything, I would say. There is certainly, as Mr. Schatzbauer has said, it's a mixed bag. I'm reporting on every one of our quarterly earnings calls about our performance against the key non-financial metrics that we have defined as well. I'm still due to receive my first question around the drivers of this performance and expectations for the future from the financial analyst analyst community. So at least on an earnings call, they are rather focusing their time on probing us against our financial performance. And but I will not give up. So I will continue to torture them with our performance against those metrics as well. I actually am working on every earnings call. I add another minute to that non-financial part until I'm talking so much about it that they will not be able to resist anymore. It's different though, seriously speaking, when you talk about the true investors, so the fund managers, the portfolio managers, and there I see a clear trend. 5 years ago, we had around about 10% share of our investor base in what I would qualify as ESG-oriented investors. Now we are already at 35%, and I have no doubt that this will further increase from here. So that importance is increasing. When you go on roadshows, of course, when you went in the past on roadshows, because now you have virtual roadshows as well at the moment due to the pandemic situation, you saw that the money centers behave very differently. You have the Nordics when you go to Stockholm, when you go to Copenhagen, it's just heaven. You really have a strategic long-term dialogue with the portfolio managers. They're genuinely interested in the ESG performance as well. Sometimes they don't even bring their ESG specialists because they are savvy enough in those matters, and you have a really strong conversation with them. When you go to the US, it's a matter of the different money centers. On the West Coast, if you go to San Francisco, you have some of those conversations as well. You go to New York, which is kind of the kingdom of the private equity funds and the hedge funds, hardly any conversation. And other European money centers are a mixed bag. I would say Paris is getting there. Certainly in Frankfurt, you get more of those questions. London, I would say perhaps a bit behind, but also getting there. So what am I saying with this? There is a trend visible, but we have to work hard, and also investors actually should work hard on proving out that the ESG-oriented investment strategies are superior from a returns perspective to apply more pressure on their peers. That sometimes takes a while to trickle through and also show concrete evidence. But at the end of the day, what we all believe in, that sustainable management strategies in the long term lead to better economic outcomes as well. If that is the truth, then naturally the investment strategies will gravitate entirely to ESG strategies, and then the financial investors will be a very credible force that will influence the other stakeholders and the economy at large. But as we discussed on prior parts of this session, that's a journey that is still not complete.
And there was
very quickly, just emphasize what we just heard. I mean, yes, the transformation will be supported by the wider public, by politicians, by the companies themselves, etc. But the investors, they have a huge responsibility to be a driving force in this transformation towards sustainability. So I completely agree what we just heard. And yes, it's not a monolithic group, it's quite diverse, but now it's up to us, to the impact investors, to show that we can really be more resilient in crises like these, and that we are more financially sustainable, and that we have an impact. And I mean, this is something we have to prove, but I can assure you, yes, that's the case. And we see that more and more investors are coming into this game. And we just, I mean, as you know, I'm not only head of Fineo as a think tank, but I'm also CEO of Nixdorf Capital. So we are really purely investing in sustainable investment, and I can tell you others will follow our path. So yes, there's responsibility, but we can show that it works.
And I also saw some agreement here nodding on our panel here. Mr. Mucic, just on a logistic point of view, I know you have to leave in a few minutes. We talked about KPIs. I hope you don't mind if I give you one objective. So here's a clear KPI for you to increase that 1 minute that you talk about sustainability at the end of the investor calls to at least 2 minutes or 3 minutes over the course of the next year. I hope that's a good KPI.
It is, and actually I have already reached the 2.5 minute mark. My next objective is to get it to 5, because then we get into the zone that I think they won't be able to avoid asking questions about it.
So you also have to constantly step up your game and increase your KPIs once you have met them. I think that's a good thing, right? So at this point in time, in case you have to leave soon, I would say big thanks to you for being here with us and sharing your insights and views. Very much appreciated. One thing that we talked about, the trade-offs, and I think, Andreas, that's something that you mentioned. Peter, you mentioned this. There's a trade-off when it comes to financial performance, social performance, ecological performance. Is that something that we need to discuss much more openly? There are trade-offs out there for businesses. There are trade-offs for our entire systems. How do you see this? Andreas? No, maybe you go first.
I can of course answer that.
Because we didn't see you anymore, Andreas.
No, I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
So no worries. So yes, and that's why impact investing is not only just an analytical approach. I mentioned that before, so we add another dimension. So we have risk and return, but we also have impact. And risk and return is something you can easily capture in a few KPIs, and you can easily also just outsource to an algorithm to make a calculation what would be the best investment strategy. When we are doing impact investing, there is also a normative layer. So that's why you also have to think about it. And you have to have a discussion, either individually as an investor or collectively as a society. So what is really the impact you want to achieve? And sometimes they're conflicting. So if you want to have prosperity in the global south, you have at the same time discussed, so what do we do with energy consumption? And this is just one very clear example. And having that conversations as a society and among investors and investees, I think then we can come up with good decisions. And hopefully in many cases, it's not that we are having harm on the one side while we're having positive impact on the other side. In most cases, we can also avoid harm and having impact on the overall level. But as I've said, we have to discuss it, and it's something which is not just driven by algorithms.
Maybe then, Peter,
But I think we have to learn to live with conflicting goals. No, I mean, we have so many goals which we have to look after, and we have to learn that some of them are really conflicting, and it's our job to manage it. Even the SDGs are conflicting goals.
Yes.
Now, if you take the goal, get everybody out of poverty, it's a great goal. If we would do this tomorrow, this would damage the environment dramatically. We still need to do it. How do we do it? So you have conflicting goals everywhere, and I think it's becoming a more and more normal way we have to deal with it.
Maybe there, Lutz, over to you. Also would like to get your perspective. Conflicting goals, and I would also say conflicting interests out there. So when we think about the different players in an ecosystem, we have the businesses, we have society, we have politics. What is the role that politics should play in this process driving the transformation? And then want to talk a little bit more about the conflicts that might occur there.
Yeah, I would like to reiterate that conflicting goals is nothing unusual. Actually, it's the essence of a system to have conflicting targets, conflicting goals. You have to balance. And that's why I put emphasis in my opening remarks. I put emphasis on this balance, which is key, at least key of life. Another thing which I observed is, before I come to politics directly, we require creative, communicative, critical, and collaboration-focused people. On the other hand, we put them in silos. I would like to bring in the organizational point, which is important as well. We have to transform not only our people, our thinking, our mindset, and our strategies, but also our organization in a way that agility is key and more of a team thinking instead of becoming the best of breed. And that I think that's very important as well in the area of transforming into an ESG society or economy and into a technological digital economy as well. These are the same skills we need. And it's interesting if you compare what's needed. to end up above the algorithm instead of below the algorithm. Come to politics. What do politics do? I'm observing this for quite a while. They are great in managing the chaos, which crisis, and they are great in managing crisis in a way that they do not. And I would love to have Eckhard von Hirschhausen here they do not do it in a way that the peristaltic intestinal thing is putting it aside and solving it, but they just swallowing it. And then the next crisis comes, and the bigger crisis always eat the previous crisis, and the political body is growing and growing, and is unable to move anymore because of a kind of crisis adiposity, and that leads to a lack of vision, a lack of narrative, which is needed to form again the mindset of people doing economic things, of people doing creative other things, in order to frame it. We are in a search, but in a lack of a big new narrative, which can be the ecological transformation. And politicians' task is to work on the framework, to work as a driver instead of a kind of manager of chaos. And I would love to see a debate of all stakeholders opened and driving this forward. But I rather doubt they are always busy with less important things. It's Woody Allen once said, people are having neurosis just not to deal with the big things in life. And that's a bit of such kind. And therefore, three things I would like to ask politicians to do: focus, focus, and focus. So that's sufficient, or do you want some other stuff as well?
The focus, really good. I mean, what can we then translate from politics to businesses? Is there something? Politics, as you said, respond to crises. Something that you mentioned before is, if businesses are successful, the need for transformation might not be seen as big. Is that something that you observe as well, Tamara?
No, definitely not. This really successful enterprises foresee the change and act alike. They have one leg fixed in daily operations and exploiting their cash cows, and the other leg always testing where there's some room to maneuver to overcome the innovator's dilemma. So that's interesting to see. Only the stupid are sleeping on their merits.
But it's an interesting thing with the crisis, because if we have a crisis, and the pandemic was more or less, say it in parentheses, it was a good crisis because we saw that things could happen, which before we never, ever thought it was possible. Sorry?
I would like to object, because it's not a good crisis for those who suffered.
No, of course not. Of course it is not. It's the reason I said in parentheses. I'm an expert on crisis, and sometimes crises show us that things can happen, that there is a possibility to change things. Of course.
Yep,
I cannot only. Of course, the pandemic is a catastrophe in a certain way. Of course, you are right. But on the other hand, I have to look at this pandemic also as well as a chance.
Mm-hmm. Of course, stay optimistic. And as Helmut Schmidt says, it's crisis which bears characters. or brings forward characters. So absolutely agree, but I do not wish anybody thinks like this. But it's a kind of catalyst for certain things. But we should not take a zoomification of the world for digitization. There's much more to digitize or to transform digitally than just being acquainted to a two-dimensional form of communication. But that's a huge other area we shouldn't step into it, but because we would actually exceed the time frame considerably.
Probably, and maybe one thing that we do
I don't
here.
want to be misunderstood. It was
No,
only the thought that we saw politicians, we saw big leaders in the economy who could immediately, in a very, very short time, could change something. Sure. That was the only thing I wanted to say. And the climate catastrophe, let's say it in these words, they deny it. Now they start, because of Fridays for Future and because what we heard from Eckhard von Hirschhausen this morning, but because of the pandemic, it worked. And in a very, very short time.
It's not.
That was the only thing I wanted to.
And disagree. It's not the pandemic. It's more, and the pandemic interrupted Fridays for Future, for instance. It's focusing on other things, and actually, as soon as the pandemic lifts, we see true action and true emphasis on these matters. I'm anxious to see how things are evolving, but I think other than 10 years ago, the ESG issue won't go away, because not only because of the threat, which is somewhat unreal to some people, of the threat that there may be happening something terrible with the climate, and we won't be able to breathe, the fear thing, but also because economy always is in the search of values. Like Andreas said, there are different ways how to determine values. And if we start putting value to certain things like natural resources and truly calculate it and truly bring it into the economic process as a value building factor, then we are on a very good way. I try to summarize this a bit in the GDP example. How is it? It's all man-made. Man-made. It's all fictional. And how we determine and define a value, it's totally up to us.
Maybe here, from the crisis mode into something. Peter, switching gears here, you mentioned the positive vision that we need, the positive futures. So let's see if we can get that big transition now done. How do we get from crisis into positive modes? How do you envision positive futures, and what are the big steps that we need to do that really take us forward?
I think that the first is that we here in Europe, we need to agree on, and we just discussed about values. What values do we want to live here in Europe? And if you look at the big power blocks in the world, you have USA, and it really doesn't matter. I lived twice in the US for many years. It doesn't matter if it's Republicans or Democrats. At the end of the day, they all believe that the market will make it. If you go to another big player in China, they believe the state will make it. And I think we in Europe, we haven't found our way yet. And this is our chance. This is our chance to use this transformation to make a counter picture of what we see in the US and in China. I would not like to live in a Europe, or I would not like to live or see my son and his son live in a Europe which is completely dependent on US or China, that our only choice is I can choose between the two countries. I think this is the time where Europe needs to come together, define what we think is important for our life. And if we make this as our narrative, this is the Europe we want to live in, I think then transformation becomes easier, because people will start to understand why are we doing all these things which we are currently doing.
Andreas, over to you. Maybe what's for you the positive steps that we will take and need to take?
Yeah. First of all, I mean, we have now discussed a lot about how can we drive a very holistic transformation of society and of the world. And of course, that's not an easy thing. And so it's important to understand, so what are the roles of the different players and also of the system, different sectors. So yes, we should not only ask for the governments to do that. We cannot only ask the business world and the companies to do something. So they really have to align. And so the starting point is that we, from a normative perspective, have a collective agreement as a society, which kind of society we want to build. And once we have achieved that, then we can define roles for the different sectors, for the different players within the system. And then the state can do a few things. They can set the regulatory framework. The non-profit sector can be the innovative part. They can take care of a few groups which might be otherwise neglected. They can be advocacy, they can be watchdogs, etc. Then we have the private sector, so they can do the innovative part. I deeply believe in the power of the private sector and really driving innovation and building up businesses accordingly. So we have to define what are all the different roles of the different sectors. And this, I mean, we are talking about alliances. This is key. So I think we only can drive the transformation of society if we have an understanding of real partnerships and we have an understanding of real alliances across the different sectors. So that makes me optimistic that we can achieve that. And then building on what we have just said, we are in a phase of a global competition. And I deeply believe that we can resonate as Europe also against China and US, just to make it a little bit more crisp, if we come back to what are our strengths. And our strengths are, yes, innovation, but also values. And if we use both, and I'm quite optimistic that we can be a role model also in the context of a global competition, and sustainability can be a successful model.
Thank you very much for this. We're coming to an end. Maybe, Lea, I would say the final word to you, your positive outlook for the future. What are the big things that need to be done?
Actually, listening to all of you, I'm quite positive. There's a lot of movement, and there's the power in here that we can drive this forward. Also, what you just said in regards to partnerships, yes, there are different roles, but I think we all need to come together in order to create something and build on our values and define them. So I'm positive that we can do this together, yeah.
So let's take this positive outlook. Thank you very much to panelists here. Time is coming to an end. I know we take some more discussions tomorrow over the coffee. That's a deal? Okay, thumbs up. So thanks everyone here on stage. Thanks to our panelists in the virtual room. Thanks to everybody here listening to our panel discussion. I would say one big round of applause. That's something. And I would just like to hand over to Christian Heller. We heard you at the beginning of our session for some wrap-ups and final remarks on the topic. So, Christian, are you with us?
I hope I still am.
I can hear you, yes.
Very good. So first of all, many, many thanks to all of the panelists for this intense and valuable discussion. And it's really, really difficult to summarize and take some key takeaways for us, but I will try to do my best. So I think what we've heard throughout the whole discussion, we are in a fundamental transformation. And this fundamental transformation is taking place at various levels. Just take the individual level as introduced by Tamara, take the organizations, which has brought up by the businesses, and also think about the overall system. But I think one of the key points which was mentioned also is we need to have a vision of the world, and this vision needs to be grounded in a normative foundation. And this is where we need international and globally agreed frameworks such as the SDGs, because without this normative framework or baseline, if you might say so, we might guide ourselves in the wrong direction. And this goes back also to the organizational level, what Luca pointed out many times, it's all about steering. And if we do not know where to go, we just do not know how to steer. And I think here we need to be positive, as just outlined by Leah, because if we are working together, and based on my experience, the collaboration is increasing fundamentally over the last years, we will have a positive attitude to deliver in the long run on a sustainable economy. And I think here we should really take a positive attitude from this discussion, but also from the complete summer of purpose. And last but not least, as outlined by Lutz, we need to focus, focus, and focus, because this is going to be, as Luca mentioned, a decade of execution. If we don't execute now, we might get really big challenges for us as a population. So keep going, stay for the collaboration, take care, stay safe, especially in these times. Looking forward to see you soon again. Many, many thanks.
Danke, Christian. Ich switch wieder.
Thank you very much, Christian, and I will switch back to talking German. So after having heard all of this and having pondered on it, and also listening to the different positions, focus, focus, focus. This is the advice that I have heard again and again repeatedly as a creative. Hands, focus, focus, focus. So specifically from a specific person that I accompanied for a long period of time, but then the question is, what does focus mean? And then I looked it up. Focus stems from a fireplace. So you sit together, and the one who has focus looks after the fire. And then you come together around the fireplace. That is focus, so as to discuss the matters that really are important. And then when I explained that to Dr. Tyson, he said, yes, I would like to have focus. Let's have our fireside chats. And Peter also said it's really important that you come together around a fire and talk to each other. If we talk about the Value Commission, if we talk about values, Claudia, for example, I always thought back when we implemented the values, and if we talk about BMW or Volkswagen, or any company, if we say we have to introduce values, then that happened at a point in time at which the values were uprooted. And we saw that we do not act based on values. And the moment in time where we woke up and saw how corrupt our system was, particularly also in the 1990s and the beginning of this millennium, where we noticed that even the most honorable people committed tax fraud. And if we then took a look at the values that we give ourselves within the companies, very oftentimes these were values that were used to overlook something, to ignore something, because this was not complied with. I think about this a lot, and I'm very grateful, Claudia and Dita, for conversations, because you told me about the concept of anti-values that is based on science, that there are values, and we all know how important they are, but we know even more that these values are constantly being destroyed. And I think because we are in this constant self-destruction of our values, it is all the more important to have a value commission and science, so that science can investigate and research exactly what the values are that we have, and to continuously work at finding out what destroys the values, what are the anti-values, and how can you address these deficits. So Claudia, very happy that you are here today from the Value Commission, and how to correctly implement and truthfully implement values as a guiding principle. And this is the one thing I heard from the discussion. It is not a question of whether we are in a transformation. We are in the most decisive time. There is urgency. If we're not fast enough, it's over. By now, everyone knows this, and the scientists have very clearly told us, thanks to your work and your work. And I hope that you have a lot of power, energy, and strength that you can implement this. And I very much look forward to what you have to share with us and look forward to this discussion. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you so much, dear Hans. I'm very glad to be able to talk about the topic of values with Sven Korndorfer. Sven Korndorfer doesn't only have a very interesting career in many banking companies. Now he's head of group communications of Commerzbank. He is regional head of Commerzbank. And we also would like to talk about this. He is the head of the Value Commission. Thank you for coming. I'm really glad to be here. This is great. So what is the Value Committee? Well, first of all, I would have to say that I am a paradox. I'm a banker and I'm the head of the Value Commission. This is not possible, is it? But I'm convinced that it is possible. And I like being in my job and I love fighting for values. This is important. And the Value Commission, just as has been said, I mean, at the beginning of the millennium, there were many things that went wrong. Enron, for example, in the U.S., received many values for their value management system, and then the company, because they manipulated the balance sheets, disappeared without trace from the market, but not for the employees, because these employees all of a sudden were on the street without a job, despite all of the values that had been written. So that we said to ourselves, well, actually, we have to think about values. How do people live values in companies, and how are these values being promoted, and what do these values actually do?
So, but who is we? Okay, good question. So this Values Commission is an association of very many different people, from the students to executive heads of boards. We have 3,500 people, actually. It's really focusing on Germany, the hotspot of Germany. And our focus is on exchanging our opinions about what is important for a corporation, for a company. So we have a lot of different formats in order to take people on board, to enthuse them, and also to re-inflame the topic. Because to lead means to bring things to life, and this is true for values as well. Same as we look at our image in the mirror when we wake up in the morning, and the question is always, am I really in line with my own ideals? Do I live the values that I have found right for me? Okay, and you said very many different people, students, entrepreneurs, or people from non-profit organizations, startups. How can you become a member of the Values Commission? Well, we've got to have the feeling that this is a true image of society. We need different perspectives. Also on the board of the Values Commission, we have an ethics professor, we have family entrepreneurs, we have people who represent big groups of companies, people who know what is happening around us. And we try and recruit exactly these people in universities, companies, and also sometimes we approach companies where it seems to be difficult. What are you doing? Will you change, or will you remain the way you have always been? Okay, and the question is then, okay, are you really successful in doing that? Well, basically people are open-minded, but the question is, what is the consequence? Do people draw consequences? Very often questions of corporate ethics are like item 28 on the agenda of a meeting, and then finally you tick off the box and say, okay, yes, we did it. We offer consultancy to many companies, very many non-profits, because we've been involved in that with 18 years. I went to a major corporation and they said, okay, we discussed values for 3 years, now what do we do from here? You got to live your values. Quite exciting how corporations address these issues. and whether they see these things through the glasses of red tape bureaucracy. Okay, which values do you have as members of the Values Commission? We were quite cheeky in the beginning. We said we don't want to start a theoretical discussion because we otherwise would need much too much time. Which values are important? Trust, confidence, responsibility, integrity, respect, sustainability, and courage. And it's very hard for us to say this is applicable to each and every one. So this is just a minute part of a series of features, and maybe you can come up with your own suggestions. We just said, okay, quite simply, these are values that have to be lived in everyday lives of corporations. Well, one generic value that is most essential for me is trust. If people have no confidence in me, if I don't have anyone to trust, then I am without orientation. And if you have a corporation without orientation, not a very good idea. I want to base my activities on trust. Otherwise, I'm an information asymmetric actor, so I sort of spread the information in tiny little parts. No, confidence is the nucleus, the core of everything. And of course, as a corporation, I have to be responsible. I have to have the courage to carry this responsibility. So courage to take on responsibility is part and parcel of business work. Okay, you started your new job in April 2021, and you are now working for Commerzbank. I know there are jobs that are much easier than that. Oh yeah, I read an article about my new job, and people said this is a hell job. Maybe a suicide mission. Okay, but anyway, it's great fun to work there. Okay, fine. How can you inspire trust in others? Before I went there, I talked to each and every one. 32 people report to me, and I talked to each and every one. I communicated with each and every one of them in Teams meetings. I started immediately, actually 4 months before I started. I just wanted to show them who is coming, and I wanted to know who are there. I just wanted to say, hello, I'm this or that kind of person. Just, you can look me in the eye, and I can look in your eyes. And people were surprised. Yes, I hope positively surprised, because when I'm a leader, I have a responsibility for the stuff. I think, unfortunately, we have to dismiss a lot of people who work for Commerzbank. You can read that in the newspapers. But I want to make sure that people just experience a deep fall with no ground. I mean, metaphorically speaking. When we take a leave, if we have to reduce stuff, I hope that we find a human way dealing with them, irrespective of their age and experience. Okay, you're touching upon a situation that we have been experiencing, a crisis situation. Yes, transformation, it's what I call. Yeah, we know that to continue the same way is not possible in a number of fields. So you say you need confidence and trust. How can we become more courageous? Because you also mentioned courage. I have a good example. Audi communicated that in 2026 they will only build car without diesel and without combustion engine. Oh, that's pretty bold, isn't it not? It's symbolic, and it's a sign of transformation. They think more than one day ahead. They actually start implementing things that others don't think possible. They say, we do this starting from 2026. And I think we have to think about the day after tomorrow, and this requires a lot of courage. Very often, I mean, let me paraphrase that. We need a lot of compliance systems and rules, but we also need space for creativity. That means, I mean, we have to think ahead. We have to think the unthinkable, and we cannot do that when we are lying on the ground with our hands tied behind our backs. That's a good metaphor. We do not want to really imagine for ourselves. Yeah, it's a positive way. We want to encourage people and not to just write courage on a big poster. No, you want to build a strategy, and you don't have to define values. I attended one congress about values, and I said, we don't need that kind of congress. We don't need to define it. We have to inspire people, to give them courage, and make sure that people have a freedom to develop, to evolve. If you implement this kind of culture, the joy, the happiness that comes from creating something new, that is something. I come from companies where a lot of these concepts have been defined and written down, but nobody lives according to them. Of course, yes, they said, okay, when I asked them, what about these values? Yes, we wrote them down 6 years ago, but it doesn't matter because nobody lives by them. So a lot comes down to the individual. Actually, it's the people who do the transformation, and not some abstract kind of body. Okay, you work for your banks and for the Values Commission, so you have a great insight. You know a lot about companies. Maybe you can give us 1, 2, 3 examples that go to illustrate about this is value-oriented behavior that was pretty courageous. Maybe you can inspire us by sharing some of the more positive examples with us. I know great steerers like Alexander Birken of the Otto Group, who really lives that, or Max Fissmann as a family entrepreneur. People, when you meet them, you get this feeling, yes, they have it. They feel that it's their company. You also sometimes meet managers. They do not say, okay, I have a job here for 3 or 5 years and then I leave. No, they consider the company to be their like it was their own. I have to think beyond tomorrow and also beyond the time I'm employed with the company. So I have to make sure that the company actually has a good standing even after I leave it. It's not like the picture that you typically see. Okay, the office is clear, the manager is gone, and they don't care what is happening to the company. After me, the flood. So no, a manager, I mean, they have to have a duty to fulfill, like a journalist said. We want an initiative. People get together and they always say, okay, you don't act in the big corporations because you don't have to do anything. I actually had somebody who motivated me, because you were asking me about some positive examples. I was an assistant to a CEO. He told me, okay, you stand in for me, you give speeches, you go there and there. Gosh, that was a cultural revolution. The head of the executive board actually sent representatives in the institution said, no, we don't want to do that. If Mr. Connevetter is not coming, then I'm not coming either. And it's great to have people who share their responsibility with you and who show you what is feasible, what is possible, what you can achieve. And this is what I want to pass on to students, to people who come in the bank for the first time. They have enormous respect. Okay, and they get their nameplate on the door, they get a bunch of flowers, they don't sit right beside the coffee machine. No, they are shown respect and appreciation that they have not experienced before maybe, and this is great. To give guidance to young people. I got them when I was young, and I'm trying to pass that information on, and therefore we are trying to embark on this positive experience. We actually try and give positive strength to these people. And I think it's almost like a party. Maybe you can explain more about that and elaborate on that. Tell me what a Werteform is, a form of values. Yes, 55 we have organized already. So we get together and discuss different topics. At universities, for instance, we went to Mannheim, we went to the IBS, we went to Munich University, just in order to get in conversation, to discuss with one another, to have people in the room who are quite exciting, with contradicting views sometimes, where people get together who otherwise would not talk to one another. Okay, values forum is one thing, to discuss items with one another. We have started a study with the Technical University of Munich with a special topic. This year, the election year, We should be politically active as leaders, like Joe Kaeser, for instance, and others. They are polarizing, of course, but a leader in a company has to observe what is happening in society and also get involved. And we have initiated a campaign that is under the name Values Show Their Face. So people represent a value and they show their face and they say they stand for a value. We have to show that there are not only people who do everything wrong, but there are also people who do everything, well, very many things right. And therefore we try to set examples. And we say that values are important to create value. We try and introduce people to other people. We try to also inspire people to start feeling, not only to rationalize. Oh, I think that is almost a very good conclusion, but still, I have a last question to ask. If you had one wish for free, for instance, with regard to leaders of universities, of corporations, what could we all do in order to facilitate this transformation towards a sustainable economy and life, economic, social, environmental? What would be your wish to scientists, to others, in order to help us get along? Okay, ESG is something that you may have heard. Environmental, social, governance, everything that is connected to that is going to be the dominant topic of the coming years, like especially with banks. When I consider bank sustainability and ESG, I mean, these are the new regulations concerning equity. So this will create a completely new world for the banks, but also for bank clients. We have to transform, but we have to also accompany our customers because they have to transform as well. If I have a business model that does no longer work under ESG criteria, we will have to leave the market, and we don't want that. And we want to also be there tomorrow with our clients. And I think we talked about that in one of the previous panels. We are the ones who are transforming society together with politicians, together with entrepreneurs. I mean, we always discuss about Germany, about the thinkers and poets, but this is not confined to the past. We have to encourage people and empower them to start being creative again. Do the undoable, think the unthinkable, and this is something great, because you can actually enthuse people by providing surprises for them. Wonderful conclusion that fits the sum of purpose. Go together, hand in hand, enthuse other people, think the unthinkable, and then go along together. Thank you very much. Famous last words for this session.
Herr Kondefer, vielen lieben Dank.
Thank you very much. Let me just briefly respond to what I've heard, because I think this is very exciting, especially this discussion with Dieter and with Claudia. Dieter wrote something about the psychology of values. I think that the book was published in 2006. And I was involved in implementing a lot of values, actually, in many stock registered corporations, stock corporations. And I hear people say the courage kneels down with all. When I look at the values of corporations, I always think that whatever we try to do, from good to great and so on and so forth, we were almost right, almost. Very often the discussion was missing. But we see the boldness, the courage. Okay, very, very good. We have that, that's fine. And we see which way we are heading, in which culture we embed these values. And culture is always the fundament and the solution at the same time. This is what we also heard. A very decisive aspect, and let me get back to the Values Commission, is what kind of culture are these values a part of? We try, with the sum of purpose, to make sure that each culture, also corporate culture, the corporate culture of Commerzbank and of others, we should actually pay a dividend to the culture of peace, because peace is most threatened. Thank you very much for doing what you are doing, and you have a lot of voluntary commitment that you show, and I'm very happy to also learn from you. Where is the implementation of values? We need a culture of transformation, a culture of peace. Yes, you're right. And I want to add something. For 14 years, we have done this ranking of values, and courage among leaders always comes last. And we have to change that.
Die Transformation.
Courage for transformation and courage to embark upon the right path. Thank you very much for being here.
Wolltest noch den Abschluss machen? Bitte,
Leo. Thank you, Hans.
Into English, just some final words. What will happen next? That's important, right? So we need to have a good way forward. 4 o'clock now, we have a working session on the first floor, Sustainable Enterprises 2030, hosted by SAP. So everybody who wants to get into the working mode now, please join the working session. Otherwise, I'll see you back here at 5 o'clock for our Science Gate session. So see you in a bit and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you. All right, welcome back everyone. Warm welcome, Summer of Purpose, Science Gate, day number 4. With me, Tobias Engelmeier. Tobias, good to have you on stage. We can take a seat because we have 1 hour ahead of us talking about science, talking about technology. We also have support with us, Professor Dr. Thomas Brück, virtually with us. Joining us in the digital room, he's professor for scientific biotechnology at the Technical University Munich. Warm welcome here as well at the Summer of Purpose, Professor Brück.
Hello, nice to be here.
That's your welcome sound. That was good, right? This is our band here playing for you, the welcoming sound. We have quite a lot of big topics today. We're going to talk about how to deal with growing world population, more people coming on this planet. How do we feed the planet? How do we find sustainable solutions for this? And biotechnology, lots of interesting aspects there. Digital technologies, you've shown us yesterday, Vida, your technical technology solution. What I would say is, given the diversity of the topics, we have 2 videos. So we sit back, relax, watch the videos about the great work that you're doing, and then we have a lot of things to discuss. So if you're all ready, let's take a look at the videos.
I'm Professor Thomas Brück. I'm the head of the Werner Siemens Chair for Synthetic Biotechnology here at the Department of Chemistry at the Technical University of Munich. My research focus is on sustainable processes using waste biomass or greenhouse gases for the conversion into value-adding products with industrial use. And we have a focus particularly on biocatalysis. Sustainability for me is the use of resources in a sustained manner, meaning that materials that we use in industrial processes are not overusing the boundaries of our ecosystem and preferentially also do not impact biodiversity. The projects that we actually conduct here at the Chair of Synthetic Biotechnology are quite various, ranging from the conversion of waste biomass, the biological fixation of greenhouse gases using algae, as well as the conversion of those residual biomasses into value-adding products for the chemical, pharmaceutical, and food industry. Some examples are the production of oleochemicals for high-performance lubricants, the production of aviation fuels for CO2-neutral aviation and flight, but also high-value algae biomass, for example, for concentrated nutrition, that contain high-value proteins or vitamins such as folate, which are usually not found as much in conventional foods. On the other note, there's also the production of recombinant products for the pharmaceutical industry, preferentially things that have anti-inflammatory activity or antibacterial activity. We consider greenhouse gases such as CO2 and NOx not as a waste material, we consider them as a resource for our biotechnological processes. So climate change and combating climate change is certainly central to every aspect of our research. The oceans are a yet untapped resource for biotechnology, and algae certainly are one road that we are following up. I think algae bear an untapped potential in terms of biodiversity. We actually have about 150,000 algae that are yet not characterized thoroughly. And in industry, we're using currently about 10 strains, not more. So there's a wealth of biodiversity that we can tap into. Yeah, the mega theme of carbon capture and utilization is certainly the coming challenge for our society. It means that we have to rethink everything we do, from food production to generating commodity chemicals that we use in personal care to fuel applications. And I think we can reverse the climate change effects by utilizing CO2 as a resource. And we can fixate CO2 very efficiently using photosynthetic processes, and here the algae are prominent. Science and development transforms money into knowledge, but it is a long way of transforming knowledge into products. You need to understand what are the commercial drivers in the industry. Where do product developments need to be placed to make certain industry sectors more sustainable? So there's an outside trigger and an inside driver. Yes, we have a lot of resonance beyond our academic colleagues. We have a lot of interest from industry. There is a lot of visibility through our publications and patent portfolio, and also through long-standing relationships that we have with industrial partners. But certainly scientific reporting needs to be more prominent to make not only the industry, but also governmental institutions and the general public understand that technology is the solution to today's and tomorrow's problems. One of the most prominent projects that we currently follow up is the conversion of algae oil, which is generally the conversion of CO2 by algae and then the accumulation of that oil in these algae cells. Basically, you have to imagine algae oil similar to a plant oil that you know from rapeseed or palm oil. This is a classical polymer that you use for making clothes, textiles, but it's also the universal precursor of all commercially available carbon fibers that are used in the automotive and aviation industry. So the next step that we have done is we have given this polymer to our industrial partners. They have converted this into carbon fibers, and this is the first example of a completely green CO2-based carbon fiber. And these carbon fiber composites are then the basis for making lightweight planes or lightweight parts. And lightweight building in the automotive industry is key to extend the range of electrical driving. On the other hand, in the aviation industry, it enables you to fly longer with the same amount of fuel. For that future, that should be sustainable, we're losing time. Time is of the absolute essence. And if we want to make that transformation of industry and society happen in time before our ecosystem collapses, we need new, innovative routes for scientific funding, long-term scientific funding beyond a legislation period of a single government. And I'm very happy that here at TUM we have this powerhouse of knowledge. The human mind is the most powerful machine that we still have available to make this transformation happen. We can now transform that industry and make it carbon negative by starting a plane off with carbon fibers that are originally derived from CO2 via our algae processes. My vision is that there is an alliance of academia, industry, and government to enable focal research for this sustainable transformation on the long term. One particular example is the arrival of next generation DNA sequencing, which becomes more and more efficient and more cheaper almost every year. These drivers that enable us to accelerate our sustainable transformation of the industry. There's no time left. For me, that means not only being a driver of innovation, it means the responsibility to realize not only the scientific challenges, to overcome those challenges, but also to ensure that the technologies we develop are transferred into realization. Realization means commercialization. Thinking big, not small. The transfer of a technology from the lab to something that is behind us, a 1,000-liter fermenter, the first step towards industrialization is critical. Me, as a father of two, I have a responsibility. I want to provide a planet that is livable, full of biodiversity, but also enables a high standard of living to my children. That means sustainable transformation without ecological or economical compromise. I'm a thorough believer that this is possible, but we need to hurry up.
I'm Tobias. I'm an entrepreneur and I've been working on the topics of climate change and energy access for the last 15 years. So we started Village Data Analytics 3 years ago when we realized that if you want to bring electricity to remote populations in places like Papua New Guinea, Myanmar or Kenya, you need to understand something about these places. And it's very, very difficult to learn anything about these places and then make data-based investment decisions. So we started to look at what types of technology tools could be available to us to analyze these regions faster and bring energy to people at the speed that we need to in order to achieve our global goals, which we're currently failing on. So our software Village Data Analytics can do a couple of things for people who want to plan or invest in or build an infrastructure in remote places. It's a one-stop platform where they can upload their own information and data on villages, and then we link that to our analytical tools. These are based on Earth observation, satellite imagery, automated image recognition algorithms that we have built based on machine learning. And so a user can access a type of a visibility, almost like a digital twin of remote villages. And that provides them with the digital infrastructure they need to build the physical infrastructure. So with Village Data Analytics, we've created a software that is scalable across the globe, so we can analyze villages anywhere in the world, and very quickly at that. And we will provide a basic level of analysis based on Earth observation data and our data analytical instruments. And then our users will add to that their own data sources, and they can then run their own analysis in the Village Data Analytics software. They can then use that software to exchange information in the team, to run their projects, to monitor their projects, to communicate with their investors, and to monitor the impact of what they're doing. So we're really for the first time creating a data basis for measuring the real progress we're making in these remote villages. So having access to electricity is a fundamental building block to development. Without modern energy, it's very, very difficult for people to have access to modern lifestyles, to more modern education or healthcare systems, create mechanized jobs that add value creation at the village level. So that's one side of it, right? It's one of the most fundamental building blocks to changing and improving the lives of very poor remote villages. A second thing that we need to consider is that these populations are among the most vulnerable populations when it comes to climate change. These are the guys who are least responsible for it and most affected by it. Without access to energy, to modern energy, there is very little resilience they have. They need this energy to improve their agriculture, to improve cooling chains and other things in order to be better able to withstand climate change. If you have energy, everything changes, life changes. Imagine you're in a village and you're there without modern energy. Life stops when the sun sets, and that's a long time before people go to sleep. So the days are shortened, right? During that time, children can't study. It's often, in many places, it's insecure for women to be outside of the house. There is very, very little productive activity happening. There's no kind of economic activity happening. That's one side of it. That's just the lighting side of it, right? And then the other side is, without access to modern energy, people rely on their muscle power in their agriculture or in anything that they do, to pump water. So bringing electricity is really, I mean, we're so used to it in our part of the world that we find it difficult to imagine life without it, but it's a very, very basic lifestyle without electricity. So we currently work for companies that build remote infrastructure, for example, mini grids. We work with companies that electrify health facilities. We work with companies that sell solar home systems in remote places. And we work with the development institutions and governments that plan electrification at the level of entire countries. So far with Village Data Analytics, we've analyzed over 5,000 villages in places like Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, India, Colombia, now Pakistan. And we are facilitating investments of more than $1 billion through our Village Data Analytics platform. Overall, there are around 1 billion people who have absolutely no access to modern energy. And then there's another 2 billion who have such unreliable access that they can't build proper modern economies and lives on it. Now, if the work we are doing would start to contribute, 2 to 3% to solving that problem. And we need to scale, everybody needs to scale, but without the kind of solutions that we bring, it's going to be very, very difficult to get everybody electrified by 2030. So the scale of the challenges that we have to tackle sometimes is overwhelming. So, finding a solution to that can match the scale of the problem was very important to me. In the area we work in, which is remote areas, people who are affected by climate change, we see the effects of climate change today, every day, and they cost the lives of millions of people today. So it's not a question really of how much time there is left. These are the guys on the front line. They're being hit today, right? We might not feel it as much yet, they feel it already. So helping them it's imperative, and it's something we need to have done yesterday. We have no more time. Time is up.
All right, so welcome back here on stage, Tobias and Professor Brück. Thank you very much for the insights here. I think one thing that you both probably agree is the role of technology, that it can play a fundamental part. One thing, Professor Brück, that you then also mentioned, we have to think about the way how we use resources, whether that's clean air, safe drinking water, our natural resources, but also to think about CO2 not as waste, but as a resource for life and to do a lot of good things. Professor Brück, do you feel that this is already out there, that thinking, that awareness, that this is actually also a massive resource?
I think we're seeing a massive technology push towards that arena, that CO2 becomes a resource for industry. Still, the technologies are not deployed on an industrial level, and they need far more infrastructure development, even here in the developed world, and they need a lot more investments to be deployed on a global scale, and for some of those technologies, going away from biotechnology for a minute, we hear a lot about power-to-X technologies that transform renewable energy to chemical entities that could be energy carriers or commodity chemicals such as methanol. That's the basis for many other chemical building blocks. Here, the development of renewable energy is key. And also, it needs a lot of thermal energy to drive this transformation. It might be realizable here in Germany and Europe, but maybe it's better placed in places where you already have a lot of temperature increase. So in Africa, where you then need less energy to come to a level that's relevant for that transformation. And in that regard, we already also interact with that kind of technology deployment, because many times it is thought that the CO2 that you're using is used from a fossil resource. So that's either an adjunct technology to a coal-fired power plant, to a steel or cement manufacturing facility that provides fossil CO2 as a building block to make synthetic fuels, for example. we've gone a different way and said, okay, we can deploy a synergistic fermentative process where you convert residual biomass, such as straw or marine macroalgae that just are washed at the beach, and convert this into CO2 and oily yeast biomass that provides a clean oil that is a substitute for palm oil for the food industry, but could also be used for making synthetic fuels. Yeah, it's a bio-building block. And here you bring suddenly these technologies that are sort of physical chemical based together with biotechnology. And you provide an opportunity of a sustainable CO2 source that is having no climate impact. Because you always have to remember that when you use a fossil CO2 source from any manufacturing process, that will be at some point released to the atmosphere again. So you just have a time delay in its emission. And that's certainly something we should prohibit in the future.
So with this, you're saying we just have temporary fixes. I mean, when we talk about CO2 emissions, Tobias, that's something that you're working on to prevent this, right? With the microgrids that you help to set up. How do you see the progress there also in different parts of the world?
Yeah, it's an interesting, it's a good question, and just to kind of follow up from what Professor Brück just said, there's a long debate in that since I'm kind of involved in this climate change industry and energy access, between the need for innovation versus the need for deployment, right? Mm-hmm. Is it a problem? Do we have all technologies available to us? In principle, to solve most of the big problems we have? And is it just up to us to now find a rapid way of deploying it, bringing it to market, and bringing it to industry? Or do we still need to develop some new technologies that will really help us solve these problems? And I tend to be more on the deployment side of it, right? And I think a lot of the things we need to solve CO2, to solve the climate situation, but also to solve larger issues of social injustice, can be done with the existing technologies. But in our, for example, in our work, we see that that the innovation pace is also enormous and something we need to tap into. So in the work we do, we use the massive advances in Earth observation technologies, all these new satellites that are becoming available with all their new information capabilities. We're riding on the back of this very rapid improvement of processing speeds and processing power of algorithms that are made available. So we're using these innovations, these changes all the time. And then our key role is to make that available to the right people at the right time in a way that fits into their existing processes of their workflows, that is attractive to them and easy to use. So it's both of these things.
I mean, what's interesting there, kind of what you mentioned, are multiplier effects, right? So something is happening in the field of Earth observation. You add a lot of data points, you add user-generated data to the equation. Maybe you also add that other people in other parts of the world are working on something that could then go hand in hand. Is that also something that you observe, that there are much more synergies when it comes to these solutions?
Yeah. That's a really good point, because in the kind of environment we work in, there's two models that I observe. One is a typically venture-backed closed model, and the other is a much more cooperative model that is backed by a multiplicity of stakeholders. Mm-hmm. And we really believe in that open model. We still need to raise money from investors, so we need to find proprietary pieces within it. Mm-hmm. But we place a lot of focus on interoperability, so that what we can do, that the software we develop can interoperate with other softwares out there, that it can be used by other types of users and solutions out there, that people can upload data, that data is not proprietary on our platform, but it is shared at a meta level with the right research institutions. We work a lot with universities as well. So it's really important to open up the ecosystem and allow innovation to come from all sides.
Professor Brück, it would be really interesting to get your thoughts on this. Do we have all the technology already out there that we actually need, and it's a question of deployment? or what hinders us from achieving our big goals and overcome the big challenges?
One thing that I just noticed in both of our video commentaries, both of us finished with, we have no more time, okay? I completely agree that deployment now is the first step. But technology development is an iterative process. So right now we should actually deploy what we have on a global scale and really make an impact to climate change. But it is certainly a process to come up with even more intrinsic and better solutions all the time. The technology doesn't stop. It's an iterative development process that gets better and better. And with that said, I think we still have a long way to go to reach an optimum in how we can utilize greenhouse gases, how we can mitigate them. But certainly, it's a route that we need to start now. And deployment of what we have is better than to deploy nothing.
And is maybe the question of deployment also a question of technology adaptation? Do we need to adapt technology solutions that might be out there that would work in Munich, wherever, then to a different context? Is this something that we need to work on then also?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there is no universal technology deployment. You always have to look at the local scenarios. And that's why I think Earth observation, digitalization is key to analyze local conditions and then adapt the solution to that condition. Yeah, smart technologies. This is key. Also for us as biotechnologists, IT and sort of systems integration is a huge step forward. Today you cannot analyze a genome that is produced in very small snippets without a smart software that pieces that together and brings it into a biological context. Yeah, that's just from our arena. And I think also when we talk about proprietary systems, yeah, in a commercial scale, you need to have that interoperability to be flexible in your adaptation of technology. Yeah, and that doesn't mean you are losing your proprietary focus and USP. It means that you can actually build an adapter to other ports that can flexibilize your utilization of that technology.
But that's maybe interesting because that's something that both of you mentioned, interoperability. Is there also a conflict then and a kind of a dilemma? I mean, especially when it comes to research, inventing new technologies, being open, but then at the same time not losing your IP? How do you see this, Tobias?
Yeah, it's. And we're a startup company, and we are raising money, and we are interacting with investors, and we have these conversations all the time. And on the investor side, I see that there are differences. It's not a monolithic thing. There are some that would agree with that see it the way I see it, and Professor Brück just explained it, that you need to be as interoperable as possible, and you need to have a certain openness, or to quote my social business mentor Hans, remain this, keep a playfulness up and in the system, and that's really important because that's where a lot of the innovation comes from, and the interaction comes from, also with the different contexts, developed countries, developing countries, and then there are others who are much keener on creating closed loops. We currently, we are kind of culturally on that open side, so we can't really, work differently. But I think the verdict is out. I mean, it's pretty stiff competition, and they're well-funded, closed competitors to us.
Then I would like to see the research perspective. Professor Brück, how is it for you then in the science world? How do you see this? Is that a dilemma? Is that a conflict? Or how do you deal with this?
And there's always two sides of that. As an academic, of course, I would like to keep innovation open for further development. But if you have industrial partners, of course, they would like to utilize IP that we are generating and commercialize it. And there obviously often is an interest to generate closed systems. Yeah. But I think for the future, it means really you have to create IP and around that build a hub for further innovation and flexibilization of that technology. Because it might not be advantageous to just limit it to one partner and one particular use. Yeah. So particularly with our technologies that we create, I can generate a biofuel or I can generate a foodstuff out of the same process that I'm using. Yeah. One example is our yeast oil. It's a platform to replace palm oil, and palm oil is used in food as much as it is used in biofuel applications. Completely different sectors, completely different players, and here you still have to be flexible in your utilization of your process to enable both sectors to benefit from that invention.
And maybe one more aspect here could be very interesting. If you want to penetrate a new market, a new field, bring out a new innovation, it could actually help if it's open. There's this one little anecdote. Uber and Lyft, you know them, they're both competitors, and one of the first investors into Uber also invested into Lyft. And the Uber CEO got really upset, and he was like, why are you investing in our competitors? And he was like, be happy, because joint forces, you break into a different market. I know if that thinking makes sense. Thinking about renewable energy, having more competitors in the end could help you, because the competitor is actually somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't know what's your take on this.
That's another. I was just thinking there are a couple of points that I can't quite put in order, but let me just say three things that I want to say about this. One, to answer your question specifically, I think that's absolutely right, because markets come at different stages, right? In the beginning, when it's an innovation market, the challenge for everybody is to bring that innovation into the market and educate the users and the customers around it. So you almost join forces with your competitors. I think that's the Uber and Lyft example. And then only later down the line, when the markets are more mature, will people compete for market share. Then the second thing is that there is an interesting point of kind of inflection point often between creating kind of open innovation and creating these kind of these more open environments, and then when you bring that to market, they become more closed. But that's also a very important part of the step, because you need to make sure that you're very, very close to the customers, and that there's a financial incentive in further, in scaling an innovation that's important, right? Which links again to the question of how something is funded, and that's the third point. If kind of we think a little further, and there's some really interesting conversations about ownership, right? Who does an innovation belong to, right? What is the IP? How can we find different ways of funding both kind of innovation and the deployment of it, right? It comes in the current context of the COVID vaccination, for example.
Yeah, that's what I thought about. I mean, this is really now the key topic, right? When we think about COVID vaccination and so on. When we talk about new markets, Professor Brück, I mean, you are in algae in different fields: food, pharmaceuticals, biofuels, then carbon you mentioned, so as a material. What's your bet? What is the area where you have the biggest breakthrough sooner than later?
Well, in terms of technology, we're pretty far ahead with the carbon fiber at the moment. We have a very strong industrial consortium that's interested in broad range deployment. So I'm actually thinking that this is one of the breakthroughs that we will scale very soon. The biofuels is coming back because aviation, particularly when we talk about long-range flight, has no alternative but liquid fuels. And there's two routes to do this. This is power to liquid, or biofuels, when you think about CO2 negative or CO2 neutral technologies. Both of them probably have their application and location for production. Certainly the algae for that kind of application would be better placed in more southern regions than Bavaria. So when we talk about Europe, it's Greece, Italy, and Spain, and probably Northern Africa as a first step for scaling. And the second, I would think, food. Food is already on the horizon, where algae already have a place in the market right now. What you see in your organic foods market is spirulina and chlorella, which are food additives right now, but there's a broad range of deployment of algae biomass in daily foods, such as bakery products or in drinks. I just had a talk with an innovator from Israel who is using fresh spirulina as a substitute for matcha in coffee and tea drinks. Yeah, and he actually said fresh spirulina makes more sense because the taste experience is much better than with a dried alternative. So there's also innovation driving this forward, and it's mostly small-scale innovators and businesses that adopt these new technologies and drive innovation forward into the market.
You mentioned different regions. Bavaria maybe not most suitable, although we have the sum of purpose here, so there should be plenty of sunshine right now. Do you need to adapt then the solutions as well to bring this into different places, different regions around the world?
Yes, and that's one of the major purposes why we have the Tom Algae Tech Center, which is worldwide unique, where we can actually adapt our algae production processes to a certain climatic region. Using a very realistic physical climate simulation. So we can simulate daytime, nighttime rhythms, we can simulate temperature, light, as well as humidity of almost any region in the world. And that saves money and time when it comes to deployment, because when we finished with our studies at 500 liter scale, we almost have all the techno-economic data and life cycle data to scale that technology at the place where we want it to reach commercial maturity.
So when we speak about different regions, Toby, would you say that scaling a purely digital solution, maybe satellite-based or other digital solutions, are easier to scale and replicate globally?
Yes, I'd say so. It's interesting because if we talk about where innovation happens and where it's needed, or how to roll it out in places where it's much needed, in developing countries especially, or so if we just take that as an area, right, it's also needed to roll it out in developed countries. But I think there's a difference between hardware and software, because hardware, in my experience, is more often developed in developed countries, and then people try to bring it into developing countries, and quite often that's challenging because it's, for lack of a better word, I'm sure Professor Brück can maybe explain it more, but it's often over-engineered. It's too expensive, or it doesn't really meet the needs of people, it can't be repaired, etc., etc. So bringing hardware innovation into a developed country context is often difficult, in my experience. On the software side, it's different, because it's much more. It's usually a much more collaborative process from the start. In our company, our software teams are global. We have people in Kigali, in Macedonia, in Ukraine, in London, and here in Munich, actually in the Urban Collab here, and they collaborate. They can work together on the software. And there are also flaws that come in, right? If people only, like me, who are based here in Munich, are developing a software that's used in let's say the Democratic Republic of Congo, then it's quite likely that I'll bring in a lot of biases, right? Especially when we then start using machine learning techniques and build our algorithms, there will be unconscious biases of all sorts. And in our case, that's a real concern, because if we provide the basic planning software for governments, then the impact of a bias is very substantial. And one good way of mitigating that is to bring in the engineers from the locations where the software is used. And we can do that very easily because it's all a virtual kind of global work environment.
One thing I always like to talk about is unknown unintended consequences, especially when it comes to developing new technologies. So is that something that we need to find ways to overcome unintended consequences when we deploy new technology solutions in a different context?
So yes, but it shouldn't stop us from doing new things first. So I'm a firm believer, I think that a lot of stuff is broken at the moment, right? We're not on track to achieve any of the goals we set ourselves. We have serious issues in front of us. So we need to do things differently to the way we've done them in the past. That means, in my mind, that we need to have a certain technology optimism. We need to go for new things. We need to try out new things. But, as you say, we need to be very careful about the unintended consequences. But I would argue, let's try things first and then figure out the unintended consequences and how we can solve them afterwards, rather than not trying anything because we fear the unintended consequences.
Professor Brück, maybe over to you. Do you have that technology optimism?
Technology is the route to solve the issues of today and tomorrow. But it means, yes, we need to create an optimism. I don't think it is there yet. Certainly not in the broader public. Yeah, there's always skepticism. In my field, if I tell people I work on synthetic biology, they say, great, super area of research. But if I then say, I'm using genetic engineering to accomplish this in certain areas of my work, they say, oh, genetic engineering is bad, okay? It's a form of informing the public of what we are doing so that we take everybody with us, yeah? Those who create technology are often ignorant of what their technology is perceived at in the general public. So it means communication is key across the board, from general public to government to technology stakeholders and industrial leaders. And there we have to find common ground, and I think there's still quite a lot to do when it comes to inducing a general technology optimism.
Super interesting point there when you said some of those who are involved in developing technology are ignorant of how technology is perceived. Maybe here is a provocative question as well. Are they also ignorant of about the impact that technology can have on the negative side? Is that something that we need to work on? Professor Brück.
Yes, I think in the past that has led to problems. Today we are developing quantitative measures to estimate effects on the ecosystem, economic effects, and these are called techno-economic analysis or life cycle analysis. And usually these analyses are conducted not by those who create technologies, but specialists looking at those from the outside and applying unified metrics to measure certain tipping points, yeah, and qualifying those. So greenhouse gas emissions, recyclability, social awareness, but also the effect on the economy. How much does technology cost when it's scaled? What are the bottlenecks in the process? And all of those can be actually pinpointed by those type of tools, which are largely IT-based. Yeah? So as we develop IT power, those quantitative measures become more precise. And we've seen that particularly in the climate change forecasting, that really with 100-year forecast have predicted very precisely what will happen and what is currently happening. So it is kind of frightening how technology, IT technology has transformed our awareness of technology per se, but also the effects that it has on the ecosystem and society.
We briefly talked about that example of the Ubers and the Lyfts on this planet. So I would say there's a lot of money also when we talk about how do we actually implement. There's a lot of money that is being poured into technology solutions more from a capitalistic point of view, from that mindset. I like difficult questions, so here's a difficult question for you. If we think of that cake, and there is that part of money that goes into technology for the purpose of making money and technology for the purpose of making impact. Toby, how big would you say is the proportion on the impact side?
That's a difficult question because it's a very complex question. The first question is, what do people understand by impact, right? Sure. So when you look at the funding universe, there are different steps along the way that investors can take, right? It can start with not investing into harmful things, right? Like new smoking devices or something like that. Another one is then to make sure that investments fulfill certain minimum criteria, ESG criteria. Mm-hmm. And then it goes all the way down the line to philanthropy at the end of the day, right? Where you say let's just give money away to do something good. Yeah. There's an interesting middle chunk where that is all about, can we earn as much money or more money than a traditional investor by focusing on impact? And there are definitely, and I think one rationale behind that is to say that in the future, these risks around climate change and the policy changes that will come with that, and the changes in our cultures and consciousness will be so substantial that if we now invest into technologies that are part of the solution, they will grow disproportionately, right? So take CO2, take carbon pricing as an example. If there is a very high carbon price, suddenly the investment or the business landscape out there looks completely different, right? What's attractive and what isn't attractive. So there's a case that may well be the case. There will be those investment opportunities that are very attractive from a money point of view, from a return profit point of view, and are very kind of impactful from maybe a climate change point of view. In our area, we are not only our solution or our technology is not only geared towards climate change, but it's also geared towards solving issues of structural inequality. So the beneficiary of what we do is about 2 billion people who are amongst the world's poorest. Now, that is not yet a very attractive market, and it's not very easy to convince people that that's where that's where they should put their investment. Although, in addition to that, and that's another kind of element that we haven't talked about yet, is we work a lot with governments as well, right? Because they have enormous levers to make changes happen. So these are not traditionally, areas where an investor would say, I can see that.
Sure, absolutely. Professor Brück, how is this for you then? Do you feel there is a lack of financial resources when it comes to implementing impactful solutions that tackle some of the global grand challenges?
I think we have a funding gap that is very significant. So as academics, we can develop technologies from TRL 0, from nothing, so ideation, to a certain scale that shows technical viability, TRL 5. Between TRL 5 and 10, which is market deployment, there is a funding gap. So really, we have a problem to provide money to transfer new ideas that have reached certain technology maturity to industrial deployment. And that's sort of the gap between TRL 5 and 8. Yeah? There are some funding mechanisms that address that on the European level, but here in Germany in particular, there's too little of that available. So that slows down the deployment of new good ideas into the market. Yeah? And here I'm hopefully seeing in the next few years a rethinking on a governmental but also industrial level, where exactly that gap is going to be filled, and also for new innovation that is sort of developed from the ground up, have more constant funding for early stage innovation to reach that maturity level for the market by constant funding mechanisms. But certainly we need to do something in that arena.
So before you mentioned you're confident about the biofuel and the carbon. So when we talk about the biofuel, would you say that it's just the funding gap that prevents you from bringing biofuel into the mass market? Technologically, that's solved?
When we talk about, certainly, when we talk about biofuel, certainly we have already biofuel in the market. I mean, you can get second generation bioethanol at your gas station if you want to, and you use biodiesel as an admixture. But certainly for the aviation industry, if we talk about biofuel mass deployment, funding is very, very important. There's a lack here. And when we talk about the algae, that is certainly one major hurdle, because we talk about a new kind of agriculture really that is needed. Deployment of that sort of algae growth technology at 100 or 1,000 hectare scale level to make an impact on the aviation fuel industry. That is new infrastructure that has to be created. That does cost money. It also is not a technology that is free of the need for trained personnel. So it's going hand in hand, training people. That's what we are doing here at the university, but also deploying that technology into the market and at a larger scale. And here I see a completely lack of funding.
And I mean, they're especially true because you mentioned you would take this to other regions, North Africa. So then the training aspect, the skilled workforce becomes even more important there on this side.
Absolutely. And here I have to say, global alliances are key. Yeah. So Tom is very active in Ghana right now, but also other regions in Africa. And we are believers that, you know, Africa as a continent needs to skip that fossil dependent infrastructure and industrialization. They should actually make that step forward into renewables right now.
And Tobias, by now you know I like difficult questions, right? So maybe final question, your final big topic. All the global challenges that we have big goals also with the sustainable development goals that we want to achieve by 2030. From your point of view, and this is kind of an open question at the end, what are the big steps that we need to do in order to get there, in order to make good progress towards a positive agenda? Professor Brück, you want to go first?
I would think the interaction between government, academia, and industry is key for accelerating change. It is training, education of people, of the next skilled workforce that is able to operate those processes and technologies that are key for this transformation. And it's global alliances. Don't think local, think global. That doesn't mean you shouldn't act local, yeah? But it's thinking bigger. And I always reference this pandemic, yeah? We will not overcome this pandemic if we are not getting everybody vaccinated soon, because then the virus will be quicker in developing variants that will escape even these modern vaccination pharmaceuticals that we're creating today. I mean, we are fast in adapting, but if we're not fast enough, the virus will outpace technology.
And maybe
we had the same holds true for sustainability and climate change.
Very interesting point, because we had a heated debate before and some sort of misunderstanding on this. But there are actually also things that we can learn from this pandemic now, which is really in a short, condensed way. Exactly as you said, this is a global problem. This only works as a global solution, global alliances, and so on. And there's many other things that we can now take as learnings. Tobias, what are for you the big steps in order to go to that sustainable, positive future?
So, I think we're complete idiots if we don't change the way we live and organize our society at the moment. We're running against different walls. It makes eminent sense. We do have most of the solutions available to us. So it's really, for me, the question is one of mobilization and changing mindsets and cultures. And then the admittedly very complicated question of, figuring out what the political, how to cooperate better, basically, how to create a level of political collaboration that allows us to work together as the planet that we are, because at the moment everybody lives in their own, so people are willing, just to give you an example, people are willing to spend billions and billions to shore up New York City or Amsterdam or something but they're not willing to spend a tenth of that to reduce deforestation or reduce the effects of climate change. Politically, and I kind of understand it, we shouldn't be trying to vaccinate everybody here in Germany, but we should be trying to vaccinate everybody where, the virus is strongest at the moment, because it is a global problem. We cannot fence ourselves off. I think we need to be optimistic, although it's sometimes difficult. I think we need to change the way we think about it. I'll give you an example, just also because it's a very local example. We are part of the Respond Accelerator program, which you know, of course, very, very well. And one of the things that I feel when I work on my topic is, it's a huge challenge that we are working on, and we're trying to figure out how to create a solution that's big enough to make a dent and make an impact. And every morning when I open the newspaper, I see there are all these other problems, all these other issues that are out there. There's plastics, there is climate change, there's burning forests, etc., etc. And it's disheartening at times, right? Because it feels like, there's too little, there's too many issues around me. Now, when I took part in this accelerator, one of the most enriching experiences for me was to see that there are all these other really cool and smart and dynamic teams and people and minds that are solving all these other problems, right, that I read in the newspaper about, right? Somebody is figuring out how to reduce plastic waste. Somebody else is trying to change the way we do construction, or what Professor Brück is doing here on the fuels and construction materials. So I think there's reason to be optimistic, but we really need to change the way we do stuff.
There's also an interesting point of, I don't know if we call it positive feedback loops or whatsoever, but getting positive examples from others that then help you with your work as well, whether that's motivating, inspiring, and we see many more of these examples. I think that's also a great point here. So we're coming to an end of our session. We discussed quite a lot of big topics here. So first of all, thank you very much, Professor Brück, and thank you very much, Tobias Engelmeier. I'm not sure how you feel. I feel hungry. So Professor Brück, Tobias and myself will come over now to the Algae Tech Center, and we together eat some fresh spirulina. Is that a deal?
You're welcome.
So we will see you soon. So everybody else here is a little bit jealous in the audience, but at this, I would like to thank all of you for watching, all of you here in Munich. I think a big round of applause to both of our speakers. And
thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Brück.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, everyone. Thanks.
Good, let's get some algae.
Yes.